The following is a presentation of FSN Pittsburgh.
The Pirates' 1960 World Series championship season is forever remembered by how it ended. Bill Mazeroski's blast off the Yankees' Ralph Terry over the left field, ivy-covered wall of Pittsburgh's Forbes Field. The indelible image of the humble Hall of Famer's emotional jaunt around the bases has been replayed time and time again in the 50 years since that October 13th afternoon. Tonight, we not only pay tribute to Maz, but also relive the legend and memories of the men who will forever live on in the rich history of the Pittsburgh Pirates. This is their night. Next on FSN. The 1960 championship season celebration weekend continues at PNC Park, and the past meets the present. Members of the 60 title team telling the new guys how to beat 'em Bucks. A thrill for both old and the new. Game 2 of this interleague set between the Cleveland Indians and Pittsburgh Pirates coming up here from PNC Park. Hi again, everybody. Along with Steve Blass, I'm Tim Neverett. Rain has infiltrated the downtown area of Pittsburgh. As you can see, delaying the ceremonies. We do intend to carry the entire 1960 celebration ceremony in its entirety when we do get underway. And we will have interviews throughout the course of the night with our own Dan Potash with members of that 60 team. And Steve, you kind of grew up with these guys. You signed with the Pirates after the 60 World Championship team. And when you came to spring training that next year as a teenager, what was it like getting to know all these guys?
Well, it was very interesting, Tim, because we went to spring training in Fort Myers, Florida, and the clubhouse facility was kind of separated. There was the Major League room, and then there was the back room for the Scribinis, the minor league invitees. And you know, a lot of us were 18 and 19 and 20 years old. All we dare do is look around the corner. Oh, there's Mazeroski or Clemente. Or, oh, look at there's Stewart or Vernon Law. We didn't dare talk to him. We just looked around the corner at him. So it was very exciting. But I think one of the great things was back in the day, before free agency, players didn't move around as much. So you got to know those guys through the years. I kept coming to spring training even though I played in the minor leagues. And not to be overly dramatic, but that group of Pittsburgh Pirates taught me not only how to play Major League Baseball, but they really helped me become a major leaguer in a lot of areas. And my first roommate was Bob Friend. They were professionals. They were winners. They were talented. They were good people. I think the world of them, and I get to see them now in these reunions. It's just wonderful. One of the guys you won't see this weekend probably was the general manager, Joe Brown. He's 92 now. He has a little difficulty getting around, but in my mind still, and 2 years later, he's one of the classiest man I've ever met in the game of baseball. There's Joe Brown, general manager. He is one of the finest men I have ever run across in all of professional baseball. I think the world of him. I interviewed him. We're going to have it on the radio on Greats of the Game. It was just an absolute treat. And one of the reasons I felt that way, Tim, was the fact that I was 18 years old, out of a small school in Connecticut. I came here during the 60s season to try out, and I didn't get a big bonus. I was not a blue-chip prospect, but he cared about me, and I will carry that with me all the days of my life. Joe Brown is like a baseball father to me. I just think the world of him.
Well, times were different then, and I was going to ask you how you adjusted, because you weren't a bonus baby. You weren't one of those guys that was a number one draft choice, so to speak. But how did you adjust with all of these guys, and what did you learn from them baseball-wise that made you the pitcher that you were?
Well, first of all, I went to spring training every year. I was lucky because I played a couple months after I graduated in 1960. That's one of the reasons I signed with the Pirates. The Indians, I wanted to sign with the Cleveland Indians. I was an Indians fan, but they wanted me to wait till the next spring training. The Pirates gave me $1,500 more and said you can start right away. So I put me in, coach. But I was lucky enough each of those minor league spring training years to go to the major league camp. In other words, I didn't just go to the minor league camp. So I was around that major league atmosphere and the professionalism, quiet professionalism. This wasn't a rowdy bunch. Maz was quiet. And when you think of it, you had some entities. You had some Latin players, some black players, some white players. And think about the figureheads you had. You had a Stargell. You had a Mazeroski. you had a Clemente. So you had a white guy, a black guy, a Latin guy that was kind of a shining example about how to go about your job. I don't know what they did off the field because I was just a kid. But on the field, when they got to the ballpark, they worked and they worked and they worked. They worked at their craft. And it was just, if you kept your mouth shut and your eyes and ears open, you could learn how to play the game. The repetitions, how to play your position, how to play defense, how to field your position, how to put bunts down. You watch Vernon Law and Bob Friend do that. You watch guys make moves to first base. And it was so great to be around that atmosphere every spring training when I was a kid coming up through. So when I got there in '64, I knew those guys, and I was on a good basis with them, and I had kept my mouth shut, and I learned from them. So I was welcomed up here. And I went back down one year in '65, and a lot of it was broken up by then. But what a wonderful bunch of people. And I tell people, forgive me, you've heard it before, I didn't go to college, but I went to the University of Baseball, and those guys were my professors, and I got a great education.
And one of the great professors, Bill Mazeroski, people think, that one swing, that elevated him into the Hall of Fame, but not true. He was one of the best defensive second basemen, and there are people who say that nobody turned the double play, maybe before or since, like Mazeroski could.
Absolutely, and that was a part of his defense. He had the great hands. I mean, he had great range, didn't miss the ball at second base. And again, very, very quiet, Hall of Famer. But he gave me one of the great life lessons that I ever got. When I got to the big leagues, he said, Bill, you're here now. He said, just remember one thing. He said, don't make excuses. People want to know why you did, not why you didn't. And he always said, just remember one thing also, another thing. Keep in mind, the name on the front of your jersey is more important than the name on your back.
Well, there were some pretty important names on the back, too. Roberto Clemente being one of them, and a guy who you came to know pretty well, and who was with you in 1971 when you won the World Series.
Absolutely. That was a treat, and it was so great. That was his World Series. And I think everybody around the world of baseball finally had a chance to see what he'd been seeing in Pittsburgh for so many years. What a show he put on. He made 2 throws in that series, Tim, that did not result in outs that I remember to this day, almost 40 years later. He was that good. You didn't want to take your eyes off him. He was magic playing baseball. He could turn a 10-year Major League veteran into a 10-year-old kid. That was how much fun he was to watch.
Well, as you can see, we're not starting on time here tonight at PNC Park. The rain is coming down, and when we do begin the 1960 World Championship celebration ceremonies, we'll bring them to you in their entirety. Plus, our Dan Potash will be roaming PNC Park talking to a number of the members of that 1960 team. In the meantime, we'll send you back to Inside Pirates Baseball. It's the Pirates and the Indians. Going to relive some special moments tonight. Stay with us here on FSN. Neil Walker, Pittsburgh kid, getting a pat on the back from Maz. One second baseman to the future second baseman. Interesting scene there in the Pirates dugout. About 2 minutes away now from the ceremony, and we are getting set for tonight's national anthem, performed by Tracy Alford and members of the St. Matthew United Methodist Church Youth Group.
So proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the
It's turned into a very nice night here at PNC Park, getting set for the first pitch of this one. And prior to that, a very special ceremony honoring the 1960 world champion Pittsburgh Pirates. Guys that, Steve Blass, you basically grew up with. You've said you didn't go to college, but you went to the University of Baseball and you learned it via the Pittsburgh Pirates. A teenager out of Connecticut, signed with the Pirates, went to spring training with that group of guys in 1961. What'd you learn from them?
I learned everything, Tim. It started from scratch. You know, I just got out of high school. The next spring, I was with the world champions in Fort Myers, Florida. They taught me how to play the game. They taught me how to be a major leaguer. And those are life lessons, some of which I still hold on to this day. I remember Jerry Lynch, who was a part of the group when I came up, telling me, you will never be in the clubhouse when your team is on the field, whether they're practicing bunts with one person. I mean, just those kind of things. Maz telling me, don't make excuses, you're in the big leagues now. Just learned so much, and they're friends to this day. I learned so much, and it's great to see them here having a great reunion along with Joe Brown, one of the finest men I ever met in the game of baseball.
And you learned a lot from Bob Friend, who was your very first roommate.
Absolutely. He taught me how to handle myself. The problem was he was a starter and I was in the bullpen, and he liked to walk to the ballpark. So we would walk to every ballpark from the hotel in the National League. I'd be exhausted. I might pitch that night. He had 3 days to rest up. But he and Pat Friend helped my wife Karen and I get established in Pittsburgh, find our way around, find housing. I'll never forget the kindnesses all of them gave to our family.
And certainly the memories that team provided for this city. Let's go down to the field right now, and we will join tonight's Master of Ceremonies, Greg Brown.
PNC Park security and personnel will be dispatched to the appropriate location to the request as needed. Standard text messaging.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special group with us on the field tonight to help us celebrate the 50th anniversary of the 1960 World Series championship over the New York Yankees. Those who wore the black and gold during that historic season were not just a team, they were a family. And based on the number of players and staff that have come back to Pittsburgh to be with us this evening, it shows that they are still Pittsburgh Pirates. Before we begin, we'd like to recognize a few members who could not be with us tonight, but we'd like to publicly thank them for their roles as Buccos. Players, Gino Samoli, Hal Smith, George Witt, and Coach Virgil Trucks. Furthermore, we'd like to honor the memories of those who have passed on in body, but who continue to live on in spirit as cherished members of the Pirates family. Manager Danny Murtaugh. Coaches Lenny Levy, Sam Narin, Frank Osiak, and Mickey Vernon. Players Gene Baker, Smokey Burgess, Tom Chaney, Fred Green, the Kitten, Harvey Haddix, the Tiger, Don Hoke, Clem Labine, Wilmer Vinegar Ben Mizell, Rocky Nelson, and Dr. Strangeglove, Dick Stewart. And finally, we are joined by two very special guests on the field. They're standing in honor of a man who wore number 21 for the Pirates for 18 seasons. During the 1960 World Series, he hit safely in all 7 games. He won 4 National League batting crowns. He batted .317 in his career and was a 12-time All-Star and posthumously became member of the Baseball Hall of Fame. His number has since been retired, but the memories he left behind could never be. Standing in memory of their late father and husband, the great Roberto Clemente. How about it for Luis and his wife, Vera Clemente. And now for your 1960 World Champion Pirates. This Pirate outfielder started out his Major League career playing 3 years for the Buccos. He was the first player from the Virgin Islands to ever appear in a Major League game. In the 1960 World Series, he played a key role as a pinch runner. He crossed the plate twice during the Fall Classic. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Christopher. Known as the Baron of the Bullpen, this pitcher was one of the most dominant relievers in his era. He played a prominent role in the bullpen for the Pirates, not only in the 1960 season, where he earned 10 wins and 24 saves, but for a combined 15-year career in the black and gold. In the 1960 series, he held off the Yankees by saving 3 games. He still holds the Major League record for wins by a reliever in a single season with 18. The Baron of the Bullpen, Elroy Face. A 4-time All-Star, the Warrior was one of the most consistent and solid pitchers of his era. Pitching 15 years with the Pirates, never missing a start, he still stands 4th in team history with 191 wins. He also is the all-time team leader in games started and innings pitched. He won 18 games for the Pirates during that 60 All-Star season and made 3 appearances in the World Series. Ladies and gentlemen, Robert Bartmus Friend. This left-handed pitcher signed with the Pirates in 1957 and played his first 6 Major League seasons with the Bucks, doing most of his work in relief. Well known for his 3-quarter sidearm delivery, he held a .403 ERA during that 1960 season and made 2 visits to the mound to battle the Yankees in the World Series. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Gibbon. Originally an All-American basketball player at Duke University, this 5-time All-Star became an outstanding shortstop for the Pirates during his career, and most notably was part of one of the best double-play combinations in the history of Major League Baseball. Not only was he the team captain in 1960, he was also voted the National League's most valuable player that same year. Ladies and gentlemen, Dick Groat. The Deacon pitched his entire 16-year Major League career with the Pirates. During the 60 season, he not only won 20 games for the Black and Gold, but led the league in complete games pitched. The 1960 season also garnered him an invite to the All-Star game that summer. In the World Series, he started 3 games, taking home 2 wins and securing himself not only a World Series ring, but also the Cy Young Award in 1960. Please welcome back to Pittsburgh, the Deacon, Vernon Law. Defensively, the greatest second baseman to play the game. He won 8 Gold Gloves, was a 7-time All-Star. He has the record among all second basemen for the most career double planes turned. In 2001, he was inducted into the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. In the 1960 World Series, Maz would hit .320 and go on to hit the most memorable home run in the history of the game. Ladies and gentlemen, Catfish, Bill Mazeroski. Although this man played 2 seasons with the Pirates, he spent 6 years in the big leagues, which helped prepare him for a career as a big league coach, currently a professional scout. As a backup catcher with the Bucks, he played in 22 games during the 1960 season and made 2 appearances in the Fall Classic. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Bob Oldis.
What I say.
Traded from the Cardinals in 1959, he became a solid middle infielder for the Buccos during his 8 years in Pittsburgh. During the 60 season, he stepped in and played a pivotal role for the Pirates after starting shortstop Dick Groat was injured in August and batted .400 during that stretch. He hit .333 for the Pirates for the season in 1960. Ladies and gentlemen, Dick Ducky Schofield. This outfielder played the first 8 seasons of his career with the Pirates. During the 1960 season, he batted .273 with 86 RBIs, earning himself a nod to the All-Star game that summer. He would play 2 games of the 1960 World Series. Ladies and gentlemen, the dog, Bob Skinner. A premier defensive center fielder. He played 11 seasons with the Pirates. During that time, won the National League Rookie of the Year award in 1955. In 1960, he had an on-base percentage of .326. Later, he would go on to manage the Pirates, lead the Bucks to another division title in 1972. He also went on to manage the Yankees, Astros, and Expos. Ladies and gentlemen, the Quail, Bill Verdon. And finally, this man served as general manager of the Pirates from 1955 through 1976, and he returned in 1985. Under his administration, the Pirates were able to rebuild from a last-place team to eventually world championships in 1960 and 71. Led by Hall of Fame players like Roberto Clemente, Bill Mazeroski, and Willie Stargell, the Pirates were perennial contenders in the National League. At 91 years of age, a cherished member of the Pirates family, we could not be more honored to have him back here in Pittsburgh. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe L. Brown. the 1960 World Series champion Pittsburgh Pirates. And before we close this evening, just to get things started off, as they would have back in 1960, we welcome his return to the mound with an honorary first pitch to get us going. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the mound, pitcher, the Deacon, Vernon Law.
The Deacon throwing the pitch to Paul Maholm, the 1960 Beat 'em Bucks. The Bucks hoping to beat the Cleveland Indians. The lineups and first pitch coming up from PNC Park on a great night for baseball.
Us all by Barrel Automotive, Barrel.com. Definitely worth the click. And by your Toyota dealer, where quality, dependability, and good MPG all come standard. Toyota, moving forward.
Great night, capacity crowd, and the Pirates getting set to take on the Indians. Steve, great ceremony welcoming the 1960 Bucks.
Emotional, really, in a way, a wonderful representation. And to me, Tim, they won in 60, 71, 79, but this 1960 Pittsburgh Pirate World Championship was the city of Pittsburgh's team out of all three. I really feel that way. It was a different time. The city absolutely embraced that baseball team, and they still do. It was just a wonderful tribute. Great to see these people again.
Bill Mazeroski still in the dugout. And while we have a moment, let's welcome in a guy who will be joining us throughout the course of the telecast tonight. Let's welcome in our own Dan Potash.
All right, guys, thank you very much. As you said, we're going to do our best to go back in time to 1960 tonight, a very special season in Pirate history. In fact, some of the guys that were honored tonight actually had a chance to go into the Pirate Clubhouse and meet some of the current members of the Pirates. I'm talking about Bob Friend, Elroy Pace, Vernon Law, Dick Schofield, and many more. Those guys will be up here with me in the 1960 suite. We'll relive some of those moments from 1960 throughout tonight's game. And I know that all of our viewing audience was with us back in 1960, so here's some bullet points of what was going on in 1960. Of course, the Pirates defeated the Yankees in Game 7 of the 60 World Series. Latrobe's finest, Arnold Palmer, won the 24th Masters. The Andy Griffith Show debuted in October of 1960. Chubby Checker had a pretty big song back then. And guys, the cost of gas, a quarter. 25 cents for gas. Interesting, huh?
Absolutely. And
I still have my Etch-a-Sketch.
Yeah, I think the Etch-a-Sketch replaces the PlayStation 3. Is that right? Yeah. Or the Xbox?
I've still got my Vegematic and my Etch-a-Sketch.
Dan, thanks a lot. We look forward to hearing from you throughout the course of the night. Also looking forward to seeing what Lasting's Millage can do with the bat tonight. He comes in tonight third in the National League in batting average with runners in scoring position, hitting .391.
Let's hope he gets some chances.
And lately he's been able to coming through against the White Sox, being able to drive in runs, get on base. And against the left-hander David Huff tonight, the right-handed hitter will be in the lineup.
Yep. You know, it's not how many hits you get, it's when you get them. And when they drive in runs, those are the big hits. That's more important than the volume.
Hastings Millage has reached safely 8 of 10.
That's right. There's the numbers to back it all up. So let's hope he gets the opportunity. The Pirates need a spark offensively.
Well, the pitching matchup tonight, we mentioned Huff a moment ago, but Jeff Karstens getting the start. Had a terrific start, earned a no decision against the Detroit Tigers last time up, but really settled things down and pitched very well.
Yep, had a chance to pick up the win there. And, you know, he's not a spectacular guy, Tim, but he has a sense of how to pitch. Jeff Karstens can pitch. And one of the things I really liked about that game against Detroit, just one free pass. In fact, his last 2 starts, just one walk issued. So when Jeff Karstens pitches out in front, he can be a very effective major league pitcher.
The opposition tonight, lefty David Huff, and Huff has not done very well on the road. In fact, he's 0-5 in 7 road starts this year.
Yeah, when you're 2-8 and you've got a big-time ERA, he has been scuffling this phenom out of UCLA. You can't say he was a first-round draft pick, but he was a sandwich pick in between the first and second round. So he's getting his feet on the ground. Not a whole lot of major league experience, but he won 11 games for the Indians last year.
Let's take a look at Manny Acta's lineup against Jeff Karstens and the Pirates. Brought to you by Toyota. Moving forward, Trevor Crowe leads off. Shin-Soo Choo bats second. Austin Kearns, 33 out of 103 on the road this season. 4 home runs and 19 runs batted in. Brandon in the lineup. Peralta back at third. Luis Valbuena's at second tonight. Mike Regman doing the catching. And Jason Donald moves from second to short with Huff without a career hit, batting ninth.
Jeff Karstens making his 7th overall start. Some starts early in the year and then a lot of work out of the bullpen, but the last 2 did decent work against Washington. Got into the 6th inning, but as Tim said, his last time out against Detroit, he was quite good. Critical for Jeff Karstens to pitch out in front, have that good control.
Tabata, McCutchen, Millage in the outfield. Alvarez at third, Crosby at short tonight. Walker and Jones on the right side. And Ryan Domit doing the catching. 16 double plays turned this month. That's tied for 6th in the National League. And the Millage people are here again. They've taken a break from the YMCA and they've come over to PNC Park. And we're underway.
The Millage people are going to have to move their operation to right field here if Lassens keep starting out there.
Well, they bought their tickets in left field, probably when he was still playing left field, you'd have to assume. But Jose Tabata now has the Millage people behind him, and behind Millage is the Clemente wall. 1-1 pitch.
Tim, about an hour rain delay, approximately an hour rain delay, but not totally negative in that a lot of the fans that were arriving late or were kind of huddled and hunkered somewhere during the rain had a chance to get out here and watch the 1960 celebration and introduction. So not all bad, and we've got a ton of people here tonight. Great turnout.
1-2. Ripped down the right field line, and that'll be foul. Trevor Crowe thought he might have had an opportunity with that one, but it just went too far over the railing.
Jeff Karstens, just one little peek at the Cleveland Indians. One appearance out of the bullpen. Not much experience against this ball club. Both these clubs struggling. The Indians now 26-40, and we know the struggles recently for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Good
One
night
ball,
for a win.
2-strike pitch. Ground ball right side. Past a diving Walker. Into right field for a base hit. Crowe, the leadoff man, is aboard in the top half of the first inning.
Just out of the reach of Neil Walker. Thought he might be able to get it. Not quite. And what we might look for is the running game here tonight, Tim, because a lot of people have been running on the Pirates. Important for Jeff Karstens to give Ryan Domit a chance if they take off.
Left-handed hitter Shin-Soo Choo He has taken a lot of walks this year. One of the American League leaders in walks with 38. There goes the runner. Pitch is swung on, well hit to left. Backing up, Tabata. Tabata looking up. It's off the wall. Crow will stop at third, and into second with a double is Shin-Soo Choo. 2 on and nobody out for the Indians.
Well, he gave it a good ride as Tabata went back, and when the ball left the bat, I think, well, I'm not sure if this is going to carry, but it certainly did, hitting off the padded wall, not bouncing up against it, off the wall. And the Indians, an uprising here in the first.
Well, you see where Crow had to pause around second just to make sure Tabata didn't come up with it.
Yeah, and no real necessity in this kind of situation to force it by sending Crow home. You don't want to get him thrown out if you're thinking from the Indians' perspective. They don't need to. They're off to a great start, second and third. They don't need to risk it.
Austin Kearns, the number 3 hitter in the order tonight. In today's game, we're participating in the Home Run Challenge. Today, every home run in this game raises $20,000 for prostate cancer research. You can make a pledge by calling 800-798-CURE or go online to www.pcf.org.
Kearns, a strikeout candidate, 58 strikeouts and 200 at bats. If you're thinking along those lines.
Ground ball towards short, slowly hit. Crosby will have one play. That's to first. They get Kearns. Coming in is Crow, and it's 1-0 Cleveland.
Well, give up the run to settle things down, get an out.
RBI number 32 for Kearns. And Chu safely at third base. 1 out, man at third. Here is Russell Branyan.
Yeah, well, it doesn't sound right, but the Pirates, well, they're going to come in now. I didn't know if they'd go back just to let things settle down a little more, but they're going to try to maybe cut this run off.
Branyan swinging, hits it down to Jones. Jones comes home, and Domet makes the tag. Chu is out at the plate.
Nicely done by Ryan Domet, because that ball was late getting in there, and he was on that fine line. You can't really block the plate without having the ball, but the line can be blurred a little bit. And Jones finally gets it in. And nicely done. Ryan Domet makes a good play at home plate. Very good.
Good job of blocking the plate.
Yes, and he can't really face the runner because he's got that angle. Got to get the ball first, but he set up his body for the block. The body was set up. Nicely done.
2 men are out, and the runner Branyan at first base on the fielder's choice. That ball was hit pretty hard down to Jones, so I think his decision was made easier by the rate of speed that ball was hit to him.
Yeah, it just wasn't the quickest release. I was concerned. He made a good throw when he got it going. Come on, let's go. But, a lot of that play was about Ryan Domet.
Johnny Peralta. That played a lot of shortstop for the Indians. He's the home run leader at that position with 87. He's got exactly 100 career home runs. 0-1 pitch.
Give you another angle if we can on the play at home plate from Jones to Domet. Great angle here. The ball's blistered to Garrett. And you can see Ryan Domet on the third base side of home plate blocking it as the ball was arriving. It's a wonderful piece of timing right there, because two things are involved. Ryan did not have the luxury of finding the ball and then finding the runner. He almost had to do it at the same time. So, a wild beginning and a lot of stuff going on here in the top of the first inning, but just one run, and Jeff Carson's a chance to get out of this mess with very minimal damage.
Trying to get Peralta here. Peralta 1 for 3 last night. He has been a mainstay in the Indians lineup for a number of years now. To shallow center. Here comes McCutchen. Can of corn for him.
Yeah.
And that'll do it. So 1 run on 2 hits, 1 left. Karsten gets the Indians, but they get a run first. Third spot, Jones hitting cleanup. Millage, then Pedro Alvarez, followed by Ryan Domet. 10 out of 35 in his last 10 home games with a couple of RBIs. Bobby Crosby batting 8th, playing short. Jeff Karstens doing the pitching, batting 9.
The youngster David Huff out of San Diego, California, 2-8, 5.82 ERA, making his 13th start.
Tabata takes strike one. Jose Tabata, he has added a lot of speed to the base paths and also to cover that very big left field.
David Huff, last time out, 5 2/3 innings against Washington, giving up 6 earned runs. But a start before that against the potent Boston Red Sox, 6 innings, 1 run.
Ground ball to short. Donald throws out Tabata, 1 away in the Pirates' half of the first. Defensively for Cleveland, in the outfield, Kearns, Crow, and Chu. Peralta at third, Donald short tonight. Luis Valbuena, the second baseman, and Russell Brandon, the veteran, is at first. Mike Redmond behind the plate. 84 double plays turned by the Tribe, most in the majors. Walker, a switch hitter, batting right-handed against the lefty Huff. Neal, 2 out of 4 last night, scored a run. Starts the night at 299. He had it up over 300 until his last at bat. It's a one hopper down to Donald. And quickly 2 men out.
I was kind of hoping that Neil Walker would kind of get up and rub up against Bill Mazeroski, just kind of get that feel of what it is to play at that kind of level of second base that Maz did for so many years. But I'll tell you one thing, they've moved Neil Walker around, and he has adapted extremely well, in my opinion, to second base. I mean, from a catcher to a third baseman to a second baseman at the major league level, very impressed. So far, so good for Neil Walker, and so far, so good for this young man. And then some.
Andrew McCutchen, yes, sir, hitting .313. McCutchen's numbers very all-star worthy. Look at where he is right now, among the leaders in the National League. 4th in batting average to start the night, behind Martin Prado of Atlanta, Andre Ethier of the Dodgers, and Marlon Byrd of the Cubs. He's 5th in hits with 79, 2nd in steals, 4th in batting average against left-handers, hitting .391. 3-0. And a 2-out walk to Andrew McCutchen.
You know, to be quite honest, Tim, there have been years where an all-star representative from the Pirates has been tough to come up with. Let's be honest about it. That will not be the case this year. You're looking at him, if it gets down to cases, unless somebody gets absolutely on fire, you've got a very viable candidate right there to represent the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Well, and that's one of the faces of the franchise and the future of this franchise right there, and a guy who realistically could be a perennial all-star. The numbers that he's putting up, just starting his first full big league season. Garrett Jones takes ball one. For McCutchen, he has 17 stolen bases and 23 opportunities to steal. So we'll see if he tries to go on Huff at any time.
I'm kind of leaning toward the negative there, only because you got a Garrett Jones up there, and this young man, David Huff, has given up 11 home runs. He has had some home run issues. See if Garrett could run into one without the risk of having Andrew thrown out at second base. Now, Redmond wants to talk with the young left-hander. Just over, 2.5 years minor league service to get himself ready for the big leagues for Huff.
Huff 6'2" and 215. 25 years of age. 2006, as you mentioned, Steve, out of UCLA, he was a sandwich pick in between the first and second round, drafted 39th overall.
People want to know what a sandwich pick is. It's basically when you give up a player, there's a lot of details involved, but by giving up a designated player, a specific high-profile player, you get an extra pick after the first round because you gave up that player.
Jones looks at ball 4. 2-out walks in a row. Now the Pirates with the tying run in scoring position. And now Millage who has been exceptional with runners in scoring position coming up. Manny Acta in his first year with the Indians after 3 years as the skipper of the Washington Nationals.
Yep, and like every major league manager, hates to see those free passes. They don't always burn you, but they do burn you a lot.
Only 2 guys in the National League hitting better with runners in scoring position. They're Johnny Gomes of Cincinnati and Ryan Ludwig of St. Louis. Then Lastings Millage. Shane Victorino of the Phillies is 4th behind Millage. He takes a strike.
From Bruce Dreckman, the home plate umpire.
Millage trying to give Pedro Alvarez a chance here in the bottom of the first. He's on deck. 0-1. And that's high. So Dreckman calling the balls and strikes tonight. Paul Emmel is at first base. Bill Hahn at second. And Gary Darling, the crew chief, is back of third. 1-1 to Millage. 1-2 out in front.
Nice changeup. Well done by the young left-hander. Pulling the string and had Lastings way out in front.
Two on and 2 out. The 1-ball, 2-strike pitch. Fouled back, and Lastings will stay alive.
That was life support swing.
Well, he'd like to hit it out to where the Millage people are at left field. He's still searching for home run number 1 this season. If he hits it there, that's a poke.
Not surprising to see young Huff going to a good changeup early in the game. Carmona really had the Pirates tied up in knots with his off-speed pitch.
1-2, chopper over the mound. Donald will play it. Throw on to first. Not in time. Here comes McCutchen. He's safe. Speed kills, and McCutchen's got it. Tie ball game.
Well, you just got a crowd of 30-some thousand people electrified. They love to see Andrew McCutchen perform. The Pirates steal a run. Hustling down to first is Millage. Hustling all the way in is McCutchen. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. There's the break. Big turn. You can always go back. He never looks. And Tony Beasley just lets him go on through. Boy, is that nice.
And Millage, great hustle here. Lays out, trying to get that hand in there, and ends up tying the ball game. And this will bring up Pedro Alvarez, looking for his first big league knock. Big cut and a miss. Safe Auto Insurance reminds you that you are safe at home with Safe Auto, proudly supporting the Obadiah Cole Foundation for prostate cancer screening and awareness. Early detection is the cure. Well, if there's a faster guy in baseball than Andrew McCutchen, I'd like to see him.
And you know, the great thing about that run that just scored is the Pirates have lost 12 in a row. And that, I don't know, it sends me a message that they're not hanging their heads to the degree that they can't be aggressive like that. That's a great thing to see when your club is really scuffling. That kind of hustle, both ends.
0-2 to Alvarez's high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Alvarez was hitting in the 320s against left-handers in AAA before his call-up this week. One and 2 the count. 2 on, 2 down. And the pitch. And Alvarez fouls it away. This was an image they had on the scoreboard prior to Alvarez walking up to the plate, looking at an old video piece from Willie Stargell, who Manny Sanguillen compared his swing to.
That's a great composition there. It really is. Neat.
1-2 pitch coming.
The past and the future.
We got a piece of it. Eric Wolf, our video man inside the ballpark, does an outstanding job. Very creative stuff they put up here, as they do every year.
That is great. Past and the future.
1-1 the score. 2 on and 2 out. And the 1-2 to Alvarez. 2 balls and 2 strikes. There's his folks.
I'm happy about that not being called a strike. That was close.
They're still waiting for the first hit. Sometimes it takes a little while to make the adjustment. Strike 3. And the Pirates are done in the first, but they do get 1 run back. And after 1 complete, it's a 1-1 ball game. Check in with Dan Potash.
All right, thank you very much. Bob Skinner flying in all the way from the left coast, San Diego, California, for your second trip to PNC Park. Nice to be back.
Oh, it's great to be back, especially under these circumstances. And to see my old teammates here and celebrate the 50th year with them, it's really great.
How often do you get a chance to, I'm sure, stay in touch maybe via the phone, but to see him in person? How often do you get a chance since you still scout for the Houston Astros?
That's correct. And but I only get to see them when the Pirates have these functions, and that's not too often. But it's wonderful what Pittsburgh does, and the Pirates especially, to getting these guys back here and get us together.
Getting a chance to play in the outfield with guys like Law and Clemente was really something special back in 1960.
Yeah, actually, Bill Verdon and Clemente and I played in the outfield here for 7.5 years together, which might even be a record because players move now, everyday players. So we got to know each other pretty well out in that outfield, and it was a lot of fun.
I said Verdon Law. I did mean Bill Verdon. Steve Blass is in the booth tonight. He wanted to know what you think of the speed of this Pirate team, which you've seen so far.
Well, I like it. They've got a lot of nice young players here. And I'll tell you one thing, this is going to be a good team in a hurry. They just got to hone their skills a little bit and learn a little bit more about how to be a baseball player. And when that happens, things can happen fast here.
Thanks so much for the time. Enjoy the rest of the night.
Thank you, I will. Thank you.
Guys, it's all yours.
All right, thanks, Dan. And some speed displayed there by Andrew McCutcheon. He makes the running grab on Mike Redmond, 2 men out.
Yep, ball stays up in the air. Andrew comes in. His initial speed makes it look pretty routine, but it's the jump that counts. A lot of people don't realize Bob Skinner had almost as much speed as Andrew McCutcheon. Not.
Really? I asked Bill Verdon down in Florida in March, I said, you played center field so well. I said, if you lined up with Andrew McCutcheon, did a 100-yard dash, who'd win? He looked at me.
I bet you got a funny look. Yeah. That's the kind of look I used to get when I said those kind of things when I was playing for him.
He said, I'd have no chance. He said, I could run, but not like him.
No, just absolutely jump-started this crowd in the bottom of the first. We had hustle by Millage and McCutcheon.
1-1 to Donald. Fouled it back, 1-2. I think a very important run for Jeff Karstens, too, after giving up 2 hits to his first 2 hitters. And then
get him that
Burns
run.
driving in the run and get him that run back.
Absolutely. And a shot in the arm for Jeff and how he cleaned up that very messy first inning, top of the first. It was ugly quick.
2-2 the count. The rain delayed the game by about an hour. Capacity crowd on hand. Standing room only in some areas. Strike 3 call. As Karstens punches out Jason Donald. Authentic classics for the whole family. Get your gear from the official source, the Pirates.com shop. Accept no substitutes. Bob Skinner's got a new hat, perhaps from the Pirates.com shop.
Yep. When I look at Bob Skinner, the word that comes to mind is professional. A lot of these guys can apply that too. That we saw tonight. They got introduced.
Strike 2 to Doman. Doman last night took an 0 for 3, batting in the 7th spot. It was 0 for 4 the night before that on Thursday against the White Sox. And he strikes out looking.
Also great to see Vera Clemente, Roberto's widow and son Luis, one of the 3 sons, Luis, Enrico, and Roberto Jr. What a classy lady Vera Clemente is. Always great to see her.
Bobby Crosby playing short tonight. 3rd time in the last 4 games he's started at shortstop. Johnny Cedeno was out there last night, game 1 against the Indians. Bobby, throughout the course of his career, has seen a lot of the Indians, having played all of his career up until this year in the American League with the Athletics. Buccos get to play the A's coming up next weekend.
Yeah, next trip, huh? Texas and Oakland.
And then finishing up in Chicago. Getting back to National League ball.
Now, will you stay in the same hotel you stay when you played the Giants? Well, that's the reason I stopped going on the road. You go under that big bay, don't you? Underneath it. On that, BART?
BART. Yeah,
Bay Area
that's
Rapid
the train.
Transit. Yeah.
You don't want to go under the bay?
No. I'll sit on the dock of the bay. I won't go under it.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in Arlington against the Rangers, and then on the other side of the bay against Oakland. Crosby draws a 1-out walk. 3rd walk issued already by David Huff.
And we told you he's had some home run issues. This is start number 13. He's given up 11. As we said, a rough trip against Washington last time up, but the previous start against Boston quite good. So still learning his craft, but at the major league level. And as we said, first full year in the major leagues last year, 11-8 in 23 starts, or maybe not quite a full year, but he was 5-1 at AAA, and they got him up to the big leagues. He did well.
Pirates need to try to take advantage of what we're seeing so far out of Huff. He has thrown more balls than strikes, 17 balls and now 16 strikes.
Jeff going to try to move him around.
Jeff has a couple of base hits, but this a bunting situation. Stretch by Huff, and the pitch. Karstens gets it down foul. Strike 2. Pirates trying to get Crosby over to second base, get that go-ahead run in scoring position with the top of the order due up. Jose Tabata on deck. Karstens will try to lay this one down again with 2 strikes.
It's the Battle of San Diego.
That's right. Karstens from San Diego also.
These guys.
Karstens pitching against a bunch of San Diego guys recently. He pitched against Steven Strasburg in Washington. Other guy from.
Who's he with again?
That would be the Washington Nationals, in case you haven't heard.
What's his name? They just call him up.
1-2. And he bunts it fair. And that'll do the job. Let's look at our PNC achievement for tonight. And our PNC achievement has to do with Danny Murtaugh's career as manager. 15 seasons at the helm of the Buccos. 2 World Series titles. You played for him in 1971, Steve. Danny Murtaugh, PNC achiever, for the achiever in us all.
Played for him in 64, and he left for a couple of years, came back. He's a good man, a good manager, knew how to handle people. People underrated him a great deal. They thought he wasn't right up to speed with a lot of things. Far from the truth. Absolutely the furthest from the truth. He was on it, knew how to manage, knew how to handle people, knew how to leave you alone if you're doing your job.
Tabata's 0 for 1, takes a ball high. Jose grounded out to the shortstop, Jason Donald, in the first inning. Came up with an 8th inning double last night. Take that one low, 2-0.
There's a lady that was not introduced, but I saw her before, and everybody that's a Pirate fan knows this name, Sally O'Leary. What a gracious lady, what class and what service she has given the Pittsburgh Pirate organization for all those years. After, if we can go upstairs to the World Series suite. She is a special lady. She was a rookie in 1964 with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Right there, Sally. And also Jeannie Donatelli. Great service. And they're sitting with Jeannie is on the right, Sally's on the left, Joe Brown is on the right. That's Joe Brown's son in the background. Well, what memories come flooding back with that picture. Great years of service from Sally O'Leary and Jeannie Donatelli and Joe Brown. Great history with the Pirate organization.
Tabata toward the middle. It is cut off by Huff. Nice play, and he throws out Tabata. So the Pirates are done in the second. The Clementis.
Vera and Luis. general manager of the 60 and 71 world champion Pittsburgh Pirates. What a neat man. I think he's one of the classiest guys, and I said this before, that I've ever seen in the game of baseball. General manager Joe Brown.
Top of the third, Karstens pitching to his opposite number, David Huff. Huff went 0 for 2 last year. And this is his first at bat this year. Grounds to Pedro Alvarez. He throws him out easily. Quickly, there is one man down in the Cleveland half of the third. Take a look at our Allegheny General Hospital Sports Medicine injury update. Zach Duke's going to miss his next scheduled start. He's got a muscle strain near the left elbow. Nothing serious. They figure he just needs a little bit of rest, so he will indeed miss his next start. That's our injury update. Thanks to our friends at Allegheny General Hospital Sports Medicine, official medical provider of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
And Trevor Crow giving his pitcher a little time to rest after that trip down the first baseline. Taking his time getting into the batter's box.
Alvarez playing him in on the grass at third. Left-handed hitter with some speed. Pedro's done a pretty good job with the glove after his first night, adjusting to the speed of the game defensively. Up in the air to left, and Tabata has it measured, 2 down.
Tim, I'll give you a perspective on how the world has changed a little bit. When I was coming to spring training as a minor league with the Pirates, Joe Brown every once in a while would slip me a $20 bill to go get some milkshakes. I don't think you'd see that relationship between a GM and a player now. I weighed 155 pounds. Bulked me up a little bit.
He was sending you a message.
And I couldn't drink beer yet. So, yeah, he had a handle on things.
You couldn't, or you wouldn't allow, or you weren't allowed to?
Great man. Yes and no to that question, both those questions.
Shin-Soo Choo sticks the bat out there to bunt. They appeal to third, and it will be ball 1.
I thought the pitch was a strike. I didn't think they needed an appeal.
Choo had a double first time up, and he taps this one toward Jeff Karstens, who will take care of him. 1, 2, 3. Go the Indians. Karstens only needing 6 pitches to get out of the inning. Jones facing David Huff. Walker grounded out to short in the first inning. He's 0 for 1 tonight. And he'll take a fastball for a strike. With Steve Blass, I'm Tim Neverett. Glad you were along on a special night at PNC Park.
Boy, it's a full house here. Just great to see all these people. It really is. The ballpark always looks good, but boy, when you stuff a lot of people in here, it is fabulous. Thanks, Mitch. I was looking at that shot before. That looks so great. A packed house. That's 1-1 for him.
Here's the 1-1. That's inside. 2 balls and a strike. It's the West Penn Allegheny Health System Rotunda.
Yeah, you know you got it
totally
going on.
full.
Yeah, you know you got it going on when that thing's full.
2-1 pitch. And Walker lines it to left center field. And this ball's going to get down for a hit. Walker with a big turnaround first. He'll have to hustle back. And Walker now 1 for 2. And the Buccos start out with the leadoff man aboard. Let's check in with Dan and the Deacon.
All right, Tim, thank you very much. I'm with the Cy Young Award winner from the 1960 season who won 20 games, Vernon Law. And in talking to Steve Blass, I asked him to tell me a little bit about you. He said that you did an excellent job of protecting the plate and hiding the ball. 2 of the qualities that stood out the most about you and what you did in baseball?
Well, you know, you don't want to give away your pitches, and I did early on in my career. They knew when I was going to throw a breaking ball, because when I brought the ball up to put in my glove, if they saw a little white there, they knew it was a breaking ball. If I come straight up with my hand, well, then, of course, they couldn't tell. Well, they knew it was a fastball. And so, yeah, they picked that up. And any little thing that you can pick up, on the opposing team, especially a pitcher or a catcher, sometimes a catcher will give away your signs, And so you need to, to try and be wise in the way that you hide the ball and protect that part of the, because it's easy. I think it's easy, really easy to hit if you know what's coming.
Do you see a lot of pitchers today being able to hide the ball as well as you did?
Well, I think they've taught enough that they know what they have to do. A lot of them will just put the ball in their glove rather than in their hand. And, but you can really tell sometimes just mannerisms and what they do. Sometimes, I know in coaching, I found one of our players that when he threw a fastball, he brought the ball directly over his head, and when he threw a breaking ball, he brought it off to the side. And so that's another way that they'll do. Sometimes it's a big step back, and sometimes it's a small step back, and sometimes the catcher will move his right foot for a curveball, and will go straight ahead and move straight ahead, but he'll move his left foot first, So there's various ways that you can pick up, what the pitcher's going to throw.
Before I let you go, you mentioned stepping back. And stepping back to 1960 and seeing all these guys, is there one fond memory that sticks out about that season?
Well, yeah, I do. The fact that we all liked each other. We had everybody, of course we had roommates back then. We chased around with each other, and we really focused as a team and played like a team, and that, I think, is a real key that probably is lacking today, because they don't have roommates today, and a lot of times the guys just go their separate ways.
Steve Blass is not always right about everything, but he did tell me you were a first-class guy. He was right. Thanks for the time.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Steve, I paid him to say that.
Guys, it's all yours.
McCutcheon hits one into right field for a base hit. Neil Walker goes first to third. Runners at the corners, and nobody out. Vernon Law, 16 seasons, 119 complete games. That is amazing.
Out of 162 wins. What a classy man. Just absolute delight to see Vernon Law. I played with him as a teammate, and then he was my pitching coach for a year or two.
Lives in Provo, Utah. His son Vance, former Bucco, is the head coach at BYU. Vernon was the head coach there for a while.
One of the great things Vernon Law did, too, and he's a devout Mormon, but he had the gift of being able to holler, "Look out," just as the catcher was catching the ball after it went by your chin. Right after it went by, he'd holler, "Watch out." And he did protect the inside part of the plate. Bruce Keeson would be proud of him. Yeah, he'd throw the ball right up under their chin and then holler, "Look out," as the catcher caught the ball.
Here's Garrett Jones, 1 ball, no strikes. Garrett walked in the first. Huff's pitch. Jones takes it on the corner, strike 1.
Great opportunity for the Pirates.
Back-to-back base hits. Walker at third. He led off the inning with a single. Went to third on the single by Andrew McCutchen.
Walker's ball seemed to stay in the air forever. I'm thinking to myself, get down, get down. And finally did.
The 1-1 to the right side, and this is trouble as Walker's now in a rundown. And Walker coming to the plate, nobody there. Now Huff trying to chase him back to third, and he's got to get off the base as McCutchen was already there. We saw that same situation earlier in the season with Andy LaRoche and Andrew McCutchen, and McCutchen waving to him saying, get away from me.
Well, Neil does he gets the job done. He gets the job done. He stays in the rundown where the guys can go to second and third. And first baseman Branyan had a chance for the double play. He goes home, and it creates a situation where the Pirates, instead of a double play and a man on or man in, well, they're in business second and third.
Fielder's choice for Jones and McCutchen over to third, and Delwyn Young cooling off Neil Walker as he gets talked to by the manager. Getting hung up there on that play. One of the growing pains of being a young major leaguer. If you're wondering how to score this play, 3-2-5-1-6. First base to catcher. And to third, Peralta. And Huff got involved in it. He had to come back and cover the plate. There was nobody there. You see McCutchen and Tony Beasley saying, stay away from the bag. If he had gone back to the bag and touched it, there was a chance of a double play. McCutchen would have been out had Walker been.
Well, you both stand on the base. They can only get one out then. Just don't leave the base. This is a situation that happened the other time.
You got to make sure you're the guy who's out, because if you're not, you'll step off the bag and they'll tag you out.
Yeah, the whole thing is, if you can wind up both of you on the same bag. Just stay there until the umpire sorts it all out. You can only get one out of it if you both stay on the base.
And that was against St. Louis. Yadier Molina, the catcher, had that same thing happen to him 4 years prior to the day, so he knew what was going on, and he reached around LaRoche and tagged McCutchen, put his bare hand on LaRoche's back. There's a base hit to right field, and that's going to get past the diving Shin-Soo Choo. McCutchen scores. Jones scores. Around second and heading for third is Lastings Millage. More thrillage in the village for Millage.
That's a beautiful thing to see as Chu came in, didn't get it, and now the race is on. Everybody in full flight. Slicer to right field. Chu makes the commitment to try to catch it. And when he doesn't, here we go.
And Millage now 2 for 2 with runners on, with 2 runs batted in. Pedro Alvarez. Infield is drawn in. Millage at third. 1 out. 3-1 Pirates. And Pedro cutting a miss. He is fun to watch in batting practice. It will translate here in the games. It's done so at every level he's played at. He hits rockets. Just waiting to get his first one. 1-1. Alvarez out of Vanderbilt. When he was at Vanderbilt playing the SEC tournament his last year there, the Commodores lost their very first game in the SEC tournament. And then Pedro got real hot at the plate. Came back and they ended up winning the SEC championship. He was named tournament MVP, and Vanderbilt that year became the first team in SEC history to lose their first game and come back and win the tournament. First round pick, second overall in 2008. 2 balls and a strike. And now it's 3-1 to Alvarez. Huff's been loading up on that breaking stuff.
Yep. And you get him to fish out of way.
3-1, good count for Alvarez here.
Yep. Get on that other side of your first ribby. If you get a chance. I'd be working around him.
And Alvarez, strike 2, big cut and a miss. Lastings Millage, 2 for 2, 2 runs batted in. Make it 3 runs batted in. Get 2 in on the triple, his second triple of the year.
He's driven them all in so far.
Payoff pitch. That's high ball 4, and Pedro is aboard. Well, Shin-Soo Choo took a chance here, diving for a ball that looked like it was going to drop in for a base hit, a sinking liner.
Yep, he was not going to catch that anyway. Should have stayed up and blocked the ball. Lastings thinking he was going to keep it out in front of him initially, and then wound up having plenty of time to get around to third base comfortably.
Thrillage. Domit down to third. That's a foul ball. Millage dancing out of the way of that one.
In foul territory, as he should.
Always go down in foul territory. That ball hits you when you're in fair, you're out.
Simple as that.
No balls and a strike. First and third, 1 out. Ryan Doman has not had a hit since Tuesday. And he is 0-2 in the count. Struck out looking in the second inning. .302 in his career with runners on base. And pokes this one out towards center. Valbuena makes the catch. Nobody's able to move up. 2 down. That'll bring up Bobby Crosby.
It's kind of a half swing. Sometimes that ball will be dumped over an infielder, but Valbuena out at second base had plenty of time to retreat and get it. Those are heartbreakers for pitchers. The guy just reaches out, completely fooled. Just dump it over an infielder. It didn't happen for the Pirates right there.
Crosby walked his first time up. 4 walks issued by David Huff. And there goes Alvarez, and Crosby lines one to right at Shin-Soo Choo. That'll do it for the Pirates, but 2 runs come in on 2 hits, and the Pirates lead it after 3, 3-1. Season. Vern Law with Lou Burdett and Warren Spahn with 18 complete games apiece. Bob Friend on that list as well. Barrel Automotive, definitely worth the click at barrel.com. Dan Potash standing by with Bob Friend.
All right, Tim, thank you very much. Bob, you had a chance to visit the Pirate Clubhouse before the game and some of the new members of the Buccos. What was that like? What did you get a chance to say to them?
Well, that's right. I think it was a good deal because we went in there. We had a lot of tough times over the years. As I told them, I remember after we lose 102 games out of 154 in spring training, that next year, Branch Rickey assembled all of us and said, I want to tell everybody here in this room there's World Series potential. And I looked around, where is it? I mean, we lost 102 games. But it was a very positive approach. In fact, most of the fellas in that room at that time, I'm not going to mention their names, went on to be on this 1960 championship team. So instead of looking back at what happened last night or yesterday, full steam ahead. There's a lot of talent out here. I don't know. I enjoy watching this team. I'll watch them because of the talent that's there, and I know it's just a question of time.
I've also been told that back in 1960, you were the workhorse of the staff. Never missed a turn when it was your shot to pitch. How come you always had to get up and go and never said no?
Well, that's true. Well, I was very fortunate. I had a strong arm and never had arm trouble. Never missed a turn because of injury, and I'm very fortunate and very happy to be able to do that. It's just one of those things. So I was blessed with a good arm. You got to be lucky to have that.
And 4 years later, you were blessed to have Steve Blass as your roommate on the road.
I would tell you, I was blessed to have that. I remember Steve, Danny Murtaugh, our manager in 1960, when Steve come up and was in spring training in 64. Murtaugh told me, he says, hey, Bob, you're stuck with Blass this year as a roommate. I says, well, which one is he? And he pointed out on left field. He says, that guy that wearing number 228 on the back of his uniform. You mean that tall, skinny guy? Oh, my God. Well, anyway, hey, we had a ball for several months. And
Skinny.
I tell you what, Steve's been quite a guy, and his role here in Pittsburgh has been outstanding. Plus, the World Series contribution Steve made, only players that play the game know what he did. 3-1, 2-1 complete games. Any pitcher in the world would love to do that, and he was able to do it. World champion, and he's just done a great job on the radio and everything. As I said, I told Steve, I says, keep your powder dry. I think he's a Hall of Fame candidate. And that's why I say that, because of his World Series record, his record as a pitcher, and the work he's done here in broadcasting for the Pirates for, 50 years. I mean, and, if we get this team going a little bit and Steve's here, I'd love to see that happen.
So would we. Bob, thanks for the time.
Okay, thanks for being here. Yeah.
Thank
Steve,
you.
Let's go to Cooperstown, huh?
Hey, I tell you, Robert, thank you. My rooming comes up big. Thank you, Bob, for those kind words. Really.
Thanks.
Well, he didn't have all those nice things to say about you when I saw him last year at the golf tournament.
He taught me a great deal. It was great to have Bob as a roommate.
How about Bob Friend? 16 seasons, 163 complete games, 3 times an All-Star.
Well, how about that combination you showed in 60? Law had 18 complete games. Bob had 16. That's 34 complete games. That's a pretty good foundation for your starting rotation.
All you needed was Elroy Face in the bullpen. Ground ball toward the middle. Diving stop by Walker. What a play!
Maz got to like seeing that. Everybody in this ballpark likes seeing that effort by Neil Walker. And maybe the guy who enjoyed it most is Jeff Carson's. This ball looks like a sure base hit up the middle. Neil gives up the body, the flip back to Bobby Crosby. That probably won't be a headline, but that's a fine, fine play. And, well, your pitcher really appreciates that. That's a major league play.
So hard to believe the way that he patrols out at second base that he's new to this position. It really is a testimonial to his athleticism and his baseball IQ.
Well, he's an athlete. He is an athlete, so that's going to help him a foundation wherever they might have him play. And as he refines the pivot on the double play, that's going to complete a package if he stays where he is. But he's an athlete. He's got range. He's quick. He's young. He's got that energy. Good to see. Really good to see.
Luis Valbuena swinging strike. 2 men are out for the Indians, top of the 4th.
When you've got that athletic ability, some of the subtleties, it may take a while, like the pivot. But when you're an athlete, you can go get that ball. Hey, what's the wait for? Go get it. You're an athlete. You got that range. You got that quickness. Go ahead and use it. And Neil does. Simple as that.
Ground ball to Walker. He'll take care of it. And now we get him out of the inning. Nice work by the middle infield of the Pirates, led by Neil Walker. At Buccos starting pitcher Jeff Karsten's at the plate. Successful sacrifice his first time up, moving Crosby over a station.
Got a couple knocks so far this year.
Slowly hit ground ball to short. Jason Donald throws him out, 1 away. Time for tonight's trivia question, brought to you by AT&T Mobility. AT&T, rethink possible. Can you name the 5 pitchers from the 1960 Pirates who had at least 10 wins? Think about that. I think. Can I give you? I mean,
I don't know it. I could guess, and I'd guess one long shot. I'll give you a little clue out of the bullpen.
Yes, I got it.
I'm going to write down my guesses.
1-0 to Tabata. That's a strike. 1-1. The Baron would be 1. That's who you're talking about, right?
Well, there it is, right there.
Elroy face. Well, I'll throw it out.
Yep.
Wow. Still got 4 more to go.
Am I allowed to guess, or should I wait? I'll wait.
You can guess.
Yeah, I'm going to wait.
Let's watch Jose hit. And Tabata, opposite field, down the line. Chu runs it down, but it goes foul.
Well, you just hope that the Pirates can run the table on this particular game. You got a full house. You've already given them a lot to cheer about with a triple and some good defensive plays. So you kind of like to show your Sunday best when you got a whole lot of people in your house.
2-2. Toward short. Donald's been busy. He's got Tabata for the second time tonight. 2 away. We'll bring up Neil Walker. Jason Donald, who played second base last night, playing shortstop tonight. He was the hitter at the end of Armando Galarraga's perfect game that wasn't perfect for the Detroit Tigers. He was the guy called safe at first base by umpire Jim Joyce. So he'll be the answer to a trivia question for the rest of his life. Walker's 1 for 2. Takes a breaking ball for strike 1. Three out of 6 in the series, hitting .500 against the Indians. 0-1. 0-2 now to Walker. Well, the hometown kid, you got to feel there's extra, I wouldn't say pressures maybe, but extra things that go along with being from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, you want to do so well in your hometown. It's a great, great opportunity to play Major League Baseball in your own hometown. I mean, how much better does it get as long as you perform and don't embarrass yourself?
He told me when he got called up that he got text messages from people he hadn't heard from in a long time. he said, yeah, I've got a lot more friends now. 1-2. And that one is high. 2-2.
Wait till he plays in the World Series, if he ever does. You find relatives you've never heard of.
Two balls, 2 strikes. And Walker hits this one to left. And waiting for it, Austin Kearns. Pirates done in order in the 4th. We'll head to the 5th. Neil Walker, current second baseman. And talking to one of the greatest second sackers of all time.
And by Day Automotive, we're going to make your day.
Well, last half inning, we gave you our AT&T Mobility Trivia question. 5 pitchers from the 1960 Pirates who had at least 10 wins.
Face, Friend, Law, Mizell, and Haddix.
You got them. Vinegar Bend, Wilmer, Vinegar Bend, Mizell. There they are right there on that shirt. 20 wins for Law. Top of the 5th, and Mike Redmond, the catcher, leads off. Jason Donald, and then David Huff, the pitcher. There's a strike 1-1. Pirates a single run in the 1st on an exciting play when Lastings Millage dove head first into 1st with 2 outs and just barely beat the throw from the infielder. And on the same play, Andrew McCutchen from second base scored. One, 2. Right to Neil Walker. This day in Pirates history, June 19th, 1960. Dick Stewart hit a grand slam in the 5th inning off Sandy Koufax.
Wow.
Dick Grote had 2 hits and an RBI, but the Dodgers snapped the Pirates' 5-game winning streak. Pirates had 4 players in the lineup hitting .325 or better during that time. Thanks to our friends at Day Automotive for this day in Pirates history. 1 out, Jason Donald swings and misses. He's 0 for 1, struck out looking. And his first at bat in the 2nd. Right at Walker again. He's a ball magnet tonight.
A lot of action, Neil. Including that action in the rundown.
Look at the 6-pitch 3rd inning. 11 in the 4th and 6 so far in the 5th to get 2 outs.
And I've still got a circle around those 3 outs in the 1st inning after the single and double that Jeff Karstens did not let the whole thing unravel in the 1st. 1 run, and he has been very good ever since.
I think Jeff Karstens is a very good example of perseverance and not giving up. After last season, taken off the 40-man roster. He had to struggle in spring training 2 springs ago just to make the team as the team's 5th starter. Did so, had his ups and downs. Was taken off the team's 40-man roster after the season and fought his way back. He has been a very effective starter for the Pirates this year.
This is start number 7. He's had some home run issues too. He's given up 10.
1-2 pitch. Got him. Strike 3.
Nice.
And another 1-2-3 inning. Only took Karstens 10 throws that time. McCutchen, Jones, and Millage coming up.
Burden making a catch in Yankee Stadium, getting a base hit. Mickey Mantle. Oh, when's the last time you saw a shot of Mickey Mantle? And yeah, there's happiness in the streets of Pittsburgh. You see the dated footage, but what a celebration. And I said it before, I still believe that of the 3 recent World Series championship teams, the 60 team is the one that really belonged to the city. That really took that team to heart. And the world was different. It was a different time, more focused perhaps. But people in Pittsburgh love their 1960 world champions.
Andrew
Still
McCutchen.
do. Still do.
Obviously by the turnout tonight. No question. 1-1 to McCutchen. He scored 2 of the 3 Pirate runs. He's 1-for-1 with a walk.
And let's hope we don't get burned like we did last night with a runner at third and just one out. Pitch downstairs. You remember the Church double? It cleared the bases. He wound up over at third base. One out. Couldn't get him in. Now we couldn't get Lasting's Millage in, and he drove in the 2. Let's hope it doesn't become a factor. You gotta get those things done a good percentage of the time. Runner on third, one out. Got to get him in. Find a way, somehow, some way.
McCutcheon now with 80 hits on the season. And his 80 hits toward the top of the list. It ties him with Ryan Braun of Milwaukee and Marlon Byrd of Chicago for third place in the National League in hits. McCutcheon settling into that third spot in the order. The Pirates had put him in the leadoff spot about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, and when Tabata was called up in Washington, then McCutcheon went back to the number 3 spot.
He's the kind of player that's not going to hurt you anywhere. We all had him kind of figured to be a producer in that number 3 spot. You can write his name down any place. It's going to help you. Just want him to get as many bats as possible.
Full count, and Huff's pitch fouled away. McCutcheon's average after the single in the third inning up to 316. And he takes ball 4, and he is aboard again. And let's check in once again with Dan Potash.
Hey, Steve, you were talking about how the 1960 team kind of captured the city more so than any other team that had won a World Series with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Well, how about this moment in time that was captured by George Silk for Life magazine high above the Cathedral of Learning in Oakland on the afternoon of October 13th, 1960. Talk about a student ditching class and going out there to watch the game.
Oh,
that must have been pretty cool, huh? Great photo.
What a great shot that is. I mean, that captures so much. It does. The Cathedral of Learning, Forbes Field. I've seen that picture so many times. It's just wonderful.
I had seen it a few times when I first arrived in Pittsburgh in 2000, and as I slowly got to know a little bit more about Pittsburgh sports history, I then saw the Cathedral of Learning myself and where Forbes Field used to be. You kind of put 2 and 2 together and realize how cool that must have been. The picture actually appeared in Life magazine about a week later, if I'm correct, in late October of 1960. Cool stuff.
Garrett Jones pops out to Trevor Crow. There's one away in the 5th, but what a view.
Yep. What's interesting is the University of Pittsburgh owned Forbes Field, and when they took it down, they wanted to commemorate where home plate was, and it appears in a hallway at a library now. If they had it in the correct place, it would be in the ladies' room. So they did a little adjusting on that.
Yeah, only half the folks would get to see it.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing they moved it out in the hall.
Yes, indeed.
Lasting's Millage up with a runner on base again, and Millage swings, pops this one up, foul ground. Will it carry into the seats? It does, right off the top of the Cleveland dugout.
And another part of the different world that we knew in 1960 and during the 60s, the Pirates, we used to park at a service station, Stuckert's service station. That's where we parked our cars. That was the players' parking.
They gas it up for you if you want?
If you had that 25 cents a gallon program working, and then when that got filled, you had to park out in Shenley Oval and back of the left field wall where I had my car towed away one night after getting knocked out in the first inning. That was a fun night.
You had a great night all the way around. Yep. Is that what they did if you didn't make it out of the first inning?
I think that was
towed your car.
Yeah. Well, also if you don't put money in the meter. How stupid of me. I'm going to be there for about 7 hours. And they didn't put any money in.
One out and one aboard for the Pirates in the bottom of the fifth. They lead 3-1. And Huff ready to go. Looks at McCutcheon. Now the 0-1 to Millage. And Millage drives it to center fairly well. Going back is Crow. He won't get it. It's off the wall. McCutcheon coming around third. He'll head home. And into second base with an RBI double is Lastings Millage. Pirates lead it 4-1. And what a night for Thrillage. Lastings, a single, a triple, and a double.
In Fuego, he is on fire. And this ball had a lot of carry to it. No problem for McCutcheon to score. We're just happy it didn't bounce up high enough to get into the stands. And when it bounced against the Hines sign, well, here comes some speed. Gets the second, make sure it's not going to be caught. And then for Andrew, that's a stroll.
Easy little jog for McCutcheon. He doesn't look very winded either. Now Pedro Alvarez 0 for 1 with a walk.
M&M. Remember, it was M&M, Mantle, and Maris in the 60 World Series. Tonight it's McCutcheon and Millage. Andrew has scored 3, and Millage has knocked in 4.
It's the third time in Millage's career he's knocked in 4 runs in a game. Alvarez would like to knock one in here. Jensen Lewis, right-hander, getting loose for the Indians.
Just pile up as much as you can. A win is great. That's what you're looking for. But if you can just stack up the runs, that would clear the air a good bit.
Floats Millage back to the bag at second base.
Young man, you're having a fine night. You're going to get up a couple more times probably. Have yourself a cycle. Get that first home run. How about a little frosting on that cake?
The 1-1 pitch. And Alvarez to left field. It is curling down the line. And there's a ground rule double for Pedro Alvarez. His first hit in the major leagues. He gets the hit and the RBI out of the way as Millage scores. It's 5-1 Pirates. Pedro Sr. loves it. The first of many for Pedro Alvarez.
Pedro, welcome to PNC Park. Good to have you here. Good to have you here.
A standing ovation. Alvarez has to love this. He's waited 11 at-bats for it.
First hit, first RBI. A couple things right out of the way. Take a deep breath. Everybody take a deep breath.
They are happy.
Family and 30-some thousand friends. There's a souvenir that's probably going to make its way back into the Pirate clubhouse.
I was going to say, guy in the white shirt, be ready to bargain. There's the negotiating going on for Pedro's.
See the guy on the phone.
Hit.
Hey, give me lumber. We got 2x4s. We got money. We got whatever you want. The auction is on.
Bowman pops it up in the infield. And Valbuena will take over. He'll make the catch. Well, since Wednesday in Pedro's call-up, we've been able to take a look at the Alvarez family, just agonized with each pitch until this moment. That's the one they've been waiting their whole lives for, said Pedro Sr., the taxi driver from the Bronx. His mom loose. A great moment for the family. Now Pedro's got to go out and get 2,999 more. Bobby Crosby will be walked, and they'll try to get to Jeff Karstens.
Pedro Alvarez, welcome to PNC Park.
Now, he almost got all three things out of the way with one swing. He was only about a foot away from a home run where that ball landed, maybe 2 feet away, and could have had his first home run, hit, and RBI in the same swing. Crowd knows something's up.
Here they come. They're starting to stand up. Yeah, it's like the wave. It's like a wave.
Nice to see. Jeff Karstens with 2 on and 2 out. 5-1 Pirates. The pitch.
Keep it going, Jeff. Keep it going. Keep it going.
He is capable of hitting. In fact, you go back 2 years ago. One of his early starts with the Pirates against the Arizona Diamondbacks took a perfecto late into a game against Randy Johnson. And I still don't know what was more impressive, taking a perfect game into the 8th inning or getting 2 hits off Randy Johnson that night.
Perfect game. But both were.
If I asked Wayner, he would tell me it was the hitting. And there is a line drive to right, and Chu had him played very well. But Pedro Alvarez lights up PNC Park with his first major league hit. It's a ground rule double into the left field corner, and it scores Lastings Milledge. Neil Walker will experience the same thing not very long ago. Last season, last September, he got his first major league hit. There he is, back out at third base. Got to get excited about the future with the young players here that they're figuring will be the core of this team moving forward. Alvarez and McCutchen, Walker, Tabata. Karstens, the 1-0 pitch to Crow is inside and low. 2 balls and no strikes. Tabata, pretty exciting player. Although tonight, not having a good night at the plate, he's 0 for 3 so far. But saw him get a hit in Detroit that most people would have just settled for a single. He turned into a leg double.
And then promptly stole third.
Took off. I mean, watch him running the bases is really fun. Two 1 ground ball up the middle, and that is a base hit. Trevor Crow is aboard. Coors Light 6th inning. Time to check out tonight's Coors Light Freeze Can. Ground ball to first. Jones guns it home. Shin-Soo Choo is out. Dolan blocking the plate. Makes the tag right there. And that's the Freeze Can, brought to you by Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. there somewhere was the man that caught the ground rule double of Pedro Alvarez. And I'm sure the negotiating is going on to get that ball back for him. (5-1) Pirates, and the pitch on the way to Chu. 1 ball and no strikes. There's always a story surrounding those negotiating deals when you're trying to get a monumental ball back. Yep. I know that Javier Lopez told me that when he was with the Red Sox, Manny Ramirez had hit a monumental home run. And said all the guy wanted was to come into the clubhouse and meet the team after the game. So that was what they did. They let him come in, hang around, shake hands with everybody, take pictures. Joe Kerrigan's going out to talk to Karstens, but it's the first big league hit for Pedro Alvarez in front of a packed house. Who gets it? Guy in the white shirt.
And immediately the cell phone lines are buzzing.
Probably his lawyer.
You know, I don't think I'd want to try to take that ball away from that man.
He's working his knuckles just thinking about you, Steve. All right, time to go collect. Two balls and no strikes to Shin-Soo Choo. And foul tip into the glove of Domet for a strike. Now look, Steve.
Follow up here? You get a follow up?
Well, actually, you know, he gave it away.
Reaching down and giving it. Now that is class. If that's how that story ends, that is.
So he's on the phone with his lawyer. Yeah. Base it up the middle for Chu. And the Indians with 2 aboard, nobody out. Pirates with some action in the bullpen now. Karstens through 5, but Crow has a base hit. He's at second, and now Shin-Soo Choo of Busan, South Korea, with his second hit of the night.
Certainly not a pitch count issue, as Jeff has just thrown 57 pitches as he works here in the 6th inning. But it's not just about pitch count. You know, you've got to get people out, too, regardless of the numbers.
Both barrels going. Javier Lopez, the left-hander. DJ Carrasco, the right-hander. Austin Kearns and a single in the 4th. Drove in a run with a ground ball out of the 1st. Takes strike 1.
Certainly use that ground ball right now.
Nothing in 1 to Kearns. Did he go? Dolan asked for an appeal, didn't get one.
Yeah, the umpires don't have to. Usually they'll do it when a catcher asks for an appeal. No, didn't go. What do you got to lose? Why not ask?
Worst they can say is no.
Yeah. Nope, you don't lose a timeout.
It's inside, 2-1. Austin Kearns had spent his entire career up until this season in the National League. Had some good years at Cincinnati. Now a regular in the American League with the Indians. Just went over across the state. The 2-1. There's a strike on the inside corner.
A lot of power. For years it was going to be Adam Dunn and Austin Kearns get the ball out of the ballpark in Cincinnati, where both of them have departed. Adam Dunn's doing quite well, thank you, in Washington, D.C.
Kearns went over there, joined him there for a while. And the pitch. Fouled back.
Really nothing wrong with Austin's numbers to this point. 7 home runs, 31 ribbies, 32 now after the first inning.
Top of the 6th, 2 on and nobody out for the Indians. Pirates with a 5-1 lead. Pirates 1 in the first, 2 in the third, 2 more in the 5th. Lasting's Millage has driven in 4 tonight. Kearns fouls it off. And Millage a single, a double, and a triple. And 1, maybe 2 at bats remaining tonight. So, you know what is on other people's minds. He may have it somewhere in the back of his head, but it's not going to affect him when he goes to the plate. But if he does get a pitch he can drive, he's going to try for that long ball. Throw at second, Chew at first. Here's the pitch. Down to third, backhanded by Alvarez. Steps on third for 1, across. The throw's high. Well, they get the lead runner. Alvarez throw to Jones just a bit high.
No, he had it. Nice backhand pick right there. Just catches a flyer. Kearns doesn't run all that well. Had the chance for the double play.
Let's go over to Dan Potash.
All right, Tim, thank you very much. Joe L. Brown was the architect that put the team together to win a world championship back in 1960. Joe, how does it feel to have them back all together again?
Not all of them are here in body, but they were all here in spirit, and it was great.
Did you know what you had when you assembled this team back in 60? I mean, you had some players that came out of camp, you made some trades, but when it all fit on paper, did you really feel you had something special?
I thought we had a good club. We had a chance to win. About the middle of the season, I knew darn well we were going to win because we kept coming from behind in all those games.
And he's rooting for a win here tonight. I see you already pumping your fist for Carstens. You still obviously bleed the black and gold.
Somebody asked me once, do I still follow the Pirates? I said, do you leave your mother? Do you not still love her? Well, I still love the Pirates. I was with them for 47 years, and I have to follow the Pirates, and I try and see every game they play on the baseball channel.
And baseball fans here obviously still love you. The feelings you had when they announced you and you were honored along with the rest of the team before the game.
It was hard not to break into tears. I really swallowed. It was emotional for me. And I said, well, I think it's maybe because they loved what we did in 1960 and that I was a part of it.
And you were. Joe, thanks so much for the time.
Thank you.
Guys?
Well, thank you very much, Dan.
Wonderful. Yeah, glad we had a chance to hear from Joe.
That's the guy that brought you into the Pirate family.
He did. Yep. I came to try out of high school in 1960. And they were playing against the Cubs. Cubs swept a doubleheader. I'm sure it cost me $150,000, maybe $200,000 worth of bonus. But I got $4,000 anyway.
1-2 to Branyan. He swings and drives it deep to right field. And this ball is gone. Home run. Russell Branyan. A 3-run shot. It's now a 1-run Pirate lead as Branyan clubs his 9th of the season. Clapped it right off the foul pole.
Yeah, I thought it might hook foul, but it got what appeared to be part of the screen that's just to the left of the pole. He got all of it. It's just a matter if it was going to stay fair. Coming at you. Right off the screen part, just the left part of the foul pole.
Russell Branyan, the veteran, who has been just about everywhere in baseball, makes it a 1-run game. The Columbia Gas 811 call to the pen has been made. That's all for Jeff Carstens tonight. Buffalo in the top of the ninth, a 1-run lead over Indianapolis. Charlie Morton starting. 5 innings, 6 hits, 3 earned runs. Walked 3, struck out 5. 2-2 Altoona and Richmond there in the 10th. Miles Durham has a double and a run batted in. And Bradenton, a 3-2 winner over Jupiter. Aaron Probanik, good outing, 7 innings, 2 runs, struck out 1. Jeff Karstens disappointed, gave up his 11th home run of the season. Russell Branyan drives in 3, makes it a 1-run game. He leaves with the lead, and DJ Carrasco takes over.
Really doing a fine job. Last night it was Paul Maholm doing a fine job, and he ran into problems in the 7th inning. Jeff with 1 run coming into the 6th. Very efficient work. But the long ball, as you said, has been a problem.
Oh, 1. Tap foul. 68 pitches for Jeff Karstens. That's not a big pitch count, but again, he's through 5 1/3. Still leaves the game with a lead, and you'd have to say a serviceable job other than that 1 swing by Russell Branyan.
Pitching great until that.
0-2 to Peralta. From Laredo. Missed it.
Here comes sidearm with the fastball and the breaking ball. I wonder if people remember that Joe Brown's dad was the famous comedian Joe E. Brown.
Pulled foul. Well, you mentioned that Joe Brown used to slip you money to go get milkshakes.
Yeah.
But I know a guy that you said really cared about you as a person, and did a lot for you.
He did. It wasn't just the the bonus babies like Bob Bailey and some of the guys who got a lot of money. He was a very genuine guy. In the back in the day, the Pirates had a AAA, or not, I don't know if it's AAA, but they had a team in the Coast League, the Hollywood Stars. Ball gets away. I'm sure Joel's dad, Joey, involved in some of those. Jeannie Donatelli to the side of there. She was the secretary. She's retired now. The secretary for so many general managers. Jeannie, just a beloved lady in the Pirate organization.
2-2 the count to Peralta. Fouls it back. Pirates had a 5-1 lead, and on 1 swing saw part of it disappear. Jeff Karstens, if he can watch, he wants to get out of this inning. Peralta held up. It's Paul Emmel. Remember, this game delayed an hour by rain. And they base it up the middle. So Peralta single. Well, Russell Branyan, a 3-run home run here in the 6th inning. Branyan driving in Shin-Soo Choo and Austin Kearns on this one that clanks off the foul pole. And with that home run, Russell Branyan adds another $20,000 that's been raised to support prostate cancer research. To make a donation, you can call 1-800-798-CURE or go online at www.pcf.org. Advantage Card Day, where the Bucks offer you 2 ways to save. Purchase on the day of the game, you'll save $5 off select reserve seats. Purchase in advance and double that savings to $10 off. To purchase tickets, visit the PNC Park ticket windows or go online at pirates.com/AdvantageCard.
And John Russell not holding anything back. He was up 5-1, now he's up 5-4, and there will be anybody and everybody used if it is necessary to preserve this now skinny lead and get the Pirates off that 12-game losing streak. Right now it's Javier Lopez.
Facing Luis Valbuena, and he delivers a strike called. Valbuena 0 for 2. Grounded out to Garrett Jones at first base in the second inning. And then in the fourth, he made the last out, grounding out to Neil Walker at second. Valbuena at the plate, and he looks at another sweeping breaking pitch that's outside 1-1. Runner at first is Johnny Peralta. Peralta 1-out single, and Valbuena from Venezuela. Foul ball.
Yeah, let's just take a look at where that ball hit Russell Brannion's ball, because you've got the foul pole and then you've got the screen over here, and it just helps define a foul ball and a fair ball. Instead of just having the pole, you got the screen on the fair side. They were not there in 60, and they were not there for a while. In fact, there's an interesting story involving Roberto Clemente. Hit what we thought was a home run in the World Series. And this one's going to catch that screen, so you know if there's any question it hits that screen, it's obviously a fair ball. But Clemente hit a ball that sliced down the right field line, and it was back of the home run fence.
Oh. Two and two now to Valbuena. Must have been some sort of argument over that.
Danny Murtaugh went out, and the umpire said, literally said, because they had everybody mic'd up, you know, if I call it fair, Danny, I'm going to get an argument from them. So Danny said, so what? So you don't want an argument? You're doing this so you don't get an argument?
You got to get one way or the other.
Yeah. You don't want them to argue.
Valbuena breaks his bat, and Jones the over-the-shoulder catch.
And he says, in other words, you don't want them to argue. That's on the World Series tape. That's shatter. That's kindling wood.
Bat just exploded in the hands of Luis Valbuena, and a nice catch by Jones. That's where his outfield skills come into play.
Neil Walker was there if needed.
Lopez gets Valbuena. Now he'll face Mike Redmond, the catcher. Put that on the woodpile. Save it for the fall. Redmond 0 for 2 tonight. Gone out to center, and it'll looper to Neil Walker at second base in the fifth. He's right at the line, 200. Long pause by Lopez, and time called at the plate.
That was by design to see if anybody had any intentions of going anywhere.
Mike Redmond was with the Marlins for a long period of time.
He's been all over the place, hasn't he?
The Marlins late 90s, early this decade. Line drive off the glove of Crosby into left center field. That's a base hit. Redmond also spent a lot of time with the Twins before coming over to Cleveland this year.
Just not quite high enough for Bobby at shortstop. Not sure if he got a piece of that or not. Came close, but came down empty.
And now John Russell coming back out.
Told you there will be nothing held back tonight trying to get this W.
Evan Meeks coming on. Our Columbia Gas 811 call to the pen has been made for the third time this inning. Full house tonight. Pirates leading at 5-4 in the top of the sixth, but the Indians with 3 runs in. A home run by Russell Branyan, driving in 3. And 3 is the magic number because this is the third pitching change this inning. John Russell going with Evan Meek to get the shortstop Jason Donald.
I'll tell you, when you wind up using 4 pitchers in 1 inning, you are trying desperately to maintain a lead. 4 pitchers in 1 inning. The starter Karstens, and then Carrasco, Lopez, and Meek. We're kind of in one of those whatever it takes modes.
Yeah, pretty much. Day game tomorrow, but not worried about that at this point in time.
Nope.
Everybody's available. All hands on deck tonight for the Pirates. 2 on and 2 out, and Meek delivers high ball 1. Donald struck out looking back in the second inning. Meek still with that extremely low ERA.
He's only allowed 3 hits in his last 9 games, 9 appearances, covering 31 at bats. I mean, that's pretty tidy work.
Ball 2. Among all major league relief pitchers who've thrown a minimum of 30 innings, he's got the lowest ERA at 0.70.
You know what happens in these situations, Tim? You're in this streak and you get a lead. Now it's really gotten down to just 1 run, and you can't help but thinking, and it's almost like trying to break scar tissue. We've got to get this out. There's almost a desperation feel to it.
There's a strike, 2-1. He hit himself with this?
Yes, I don't know what he did.
Ball came right up off his foot, right into the face. Or hit the ground, actually. Just missed his foot.
I think he got a lot of his helmet, but did get a piece of him.
Looking at his eye. Manny Acta, the manager out there, along with Lonnie Soloff, the trainer. Jason Donald says he's okay to continue. 2 balls and a strike is the count. Karstens hoping that the Pirates can get out of this inning and keep a lead for him. Incidentally, the top of the order is due up in the bottom of the 6th for the Buccos. Evan Meek with the lowest ERA this late in the season since Bill Landrum had an ERA of 0.5 on the 3rd of August in 1989. Two and one to Donald. Peralta at second, Redmond at first. Now it's 3-1, and now Meek needs a strike.
Bill Landrum filled the Pirates' closer role during that time. Before we got into the era of Mike Williams, the scariest saves you could ever imagine, but he got a bunch of them.
A lot of white knucklers.
Yep, but he got a bunch of them.
2 outs. Meek trying to find a way to get a strike here against Jason Donald. 3-1 pitch. Low ball 4, and the bases are full of Indians. And what will happen here is now the Indians will take their designated hitter, normally during the season, guy who's paid to do nothing but hit, Travis Hafner, and he'll come out and pinch hit.
He plays the Hafner card, and Joe Kerrigan wants to talk with Evan Meek and whoever else wants to be involved. All about Mr. Hafner.
Well, while we have a moment, let's check out tonight's The Home Depot doing more on defense. And Walker's been doing a little more tonight. Well, at this play, getting the force out at second and preventing a base hit. The Home Depot, more saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Coming up in a little bit, Dan Potash hoping to catch up with Bill Mazeroski. Talk about playing second base and what he thinks of the new Pirates second baseman. All right, bases loaded. Travis Hafner to face Evan Meek. Pirates just trying to get one out here in the top of the 6th. Been a scary ride, and Hafner takes a fastball strike. Pirates started the inning with a 4-run lead. It's been cut to 1. 286, 2 home runs, 11 runs batted in as a pinch hitter. Nothing and 1 is the count. And Hafner fouls it off of Johnny Peralta and into fair territory because he's just in foul territory like we talked about earlier in the game, Steve.
Yep.
This is just a foul ball. And a bruise for Peralta.
You know, you can move your body around a lot, but when it's down around the feet, it's hard to get out of the way.
Peralta, the runner at third base. Over at second base is Mike Redmond, and at first Jason Donald. He got the 2-out walk. Travis Hafner pinch hitting for the pitcher David Huff. Last 10 games, he's been pretty hot.
Yeah, you start averaging an RBI per game. Yes, indeed you are.
So Evan Meek trying to get Hafner here.
0-2 count. Be alive, Ryan Domit. He might try to go out of the strike zone downstairs, although he's not a downstairs type of a pitcher. But
0-2 is high.
Wanted it up there.
In Hafner's career, he has hit a home run with the bases loaded 10 times.
I don't think there's any need to say that.
Just thought I'd jinx him.
Okay, all right.
Base is full, 2 outs. Meek ready to deliver the 1-2, and time is called.
Hafner wants time. Advantage Meek right now, 1-2.
Evan Meek has been very good out of the bullpen and started to see it last year, and he's been better this year. Unfortunately, the leadoff walk put Donald aboard and loaded the bases, but still a chance to get out of the inning. The 1-2. Ground ball right back to Meek. Straightens up, throws him out, and the Tribe will leave him loaded. But they do get 3 on the 3-run shot by Russell Branyan. And after 5.5, the Pirates.
Team and did what many people thought was the impossible. But in hanging out with you guys tonight, it seems like you kind of picked up where you left off. Everybody's having fun, knows each other. The jokes are going left and right. It seems like it was just yesterday.
Well, it does seem like it, but the body doesn't feel the same as it did back then. And it's always good to see these guys because we were a very, very close-knit organization or a team rather, and we always had a lot of fun together. We had the people to keep you loose, we had the people to keep you serious, people to holler at you. You know, we had the just almost the perfect type situation of a team that just to keep you going and keep you into the game.
Can you say enough about the man to your right? Because I know while we were in commercial break, you guys were having a little fun. What he was able to do to put you guys together, and he didn't seem like the normal general manager. He almost seemed like he was one of the guys.
Well, he was pretty much, and he did one great job. He made a few trades to set things up. We had the core when I come up. We had the same group of guys, and we lost, but finally we grew up and believed in ourselves, and he helped us do that. And that was one of the great things of that team. And the same thing is happening now today. They got the core. Now they're going to have to build around that core and build it up. And within 2 or 3 years, it's going to happen.
I want to ask you about Neil Walker, because timing's everything. He's coming up to the plate. But what do you think about him at second base, and what do you think about him as a whole?
Neil Walker, when he went from catcher to third base, and the move that he made there and the way he did it, he was a good third baseman, very good third baseman. Now, he's just a pretty much natural athlete. He's a good athlete. And then what he's doing at second base amazes me. He's doing a fine job. He's got good range. And the double play, it can be a little quicker. We'll work on that next spring, and we'll get him down there, and we'll get a little quicker. But he's doing a fine job. I'm looking forward to watching him for a long time here in Pittsburgh.
All right, before we get to next spring, and before I let you go, I want to ask you about early September, where a statue in your likeness will go up outside this ballpark, reminiscing what you did in Game 7 against the Yankees. What does that mean to you?
I don't know how to explain a statue of me, and I'm still alive. That's kind of scary. I don't know. It's such a, there's so many good things that happened to me in Pittsburgh, and I just can't name them. Well, I can name them all, but it takes so long. But I don't know. I'm just thrilled to death about everything.
Bill, as always, thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Guys, what else can I say, huh?
What a testimonial to Neil Walker, by the way. And Maz will be working with him, and Neil Walker has the ideal receptive attitude. I know him. I know his family. I know it will be a treat for Neil Walker to work with Bill Mazeroski, and I know, on top of being a treat, it will be a very serious session, and I would be very surprised if Neil Walker doesn't come out remarkably improved in making the pivot.
2-2. That's toward the middle. Donald cuts it off and throws him out. On September 5th, that's the day that Bill Mazeroski's statue goes up. And if you'd like to have a leaf just like the one on the left there are 2 sizes available. Quantities are limited. 1-877-MAZ-1960. 1-877-MAZ-1960. Pirates.com/Maz statue. And they've begun to work on the site at the end of the cul-de-sac at Mazeroski Way, overlooking the Allegheny. And that can be seen from bridges, from the highway. And it'll be seen from a lot of places on the south side of the river looking north. McCutchen takes a strike at 0-2. So 2 men out for the Pirates in the bottom of the 6th. Well, the interesting thing, too, is when Bill Mazeroski says he's amazed at the job somebody is doing at second base and talking about Walker, that's a pretty high compliment.
Yep. Well, Maz loves people that love to play the game. Neil Walker loves to play the game. And he loves people that are receptive to learning. There's Maz with Luis Clemente. I think that was Joe Brown's son taking the picture. These are great congregations. You never know how many you're going to have, and then max them out. It's important to max out this time together. Those memories. Jensen Lewis on to work in relief of Huff, who went 5 innings, giving up 5. He's on the hook. And Jensen Lewis retiring the first 2 batters he has faced. Now working with an 0-2 count to Andrew.
McCutchen 1 for 1. 2 walks. He has scored 3 times.
So many stories. And I don't believe many of them are involved with numbers up in that World Series suite. They are memories about people, about teams, and about their year. And all their years.
It'd be great to be a fly on the wall in there.
Oh, I would love it. I would absolutely love it. Just tape my mouth shut and just listen and watch.
1-2. Little chopper, and that'll be foul.
I did have to tell Joe Brown a story. Late in spring training '64, 2 days before the club broke for the North, I said, "Am I on the team?" He said, "Yeah, you are." So I sent my wife up to Pittsburgh. She was on her way. He told me the next day that I had been sent to Columbus. She made the team, and I didn't. He said she had a better spring. He was never at a loss for words.
2-2 now to McCutchen. But it wasn't long thereafter before you were called back, right?
Yeah, I got called up in May. You know, that back in the day, you could carry 28 players, 3, not just the 25, for the first 30 days, and then you had to cut it down to 25. That's the way it worked back then.
Good at bat for McCutchen so far. He'd like to cash in with a hit with Garrett Jones on deck. He is working Jensen Lewis. Jensen Lewis from Cincinnati, Ohio. 6'3" and 220. Two pitch to McCutchen. And he takes ball 3, 3-2. Jensen thought he had this one.
Close. Was close. Well, every pitcher wants that call.
Sure. And that's ball 4. And McCutchen has walked for the 3rd time and reached base safely for the 4th time.
That becomes the 7th free pass issued.
And Manny Acta coming out to get him. Big lefty Garrett Jones coming up. Acta will go to a left-handed pitcher. October 13th, 1960, Bill Mazeroski, the walk-off home run off Ralph Terry. That's the cold hard blast, brought to you by Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Still the most famous home run in baseball history.
And Bob Prince sounding actually quite subdued. Tony Sipp has had some control issues. You can tell there. He's had 22 innings of work. He's walked 16. Also 24 strikeouts in those 22 innings, roundabout.
Sipp made his big league debut last year with the Indians. He's out of Pascagoula, Mississippi. And Jones takes ball 1. He had 46 appearances last year with the Tribe. And his first year in the big leagues. And this year he's already worked in his 29th. 2-0. Pirates would like to add something here with 2 down. You look back to the first run that came across on the ground ball to first by Lastings Millage. And scoring McCutchen from second base. Millage with a single, a double, and a triple. So stay tuned. 2-0, swing and a miss. Jones tonight has walked, reached on a fielder's choice, and flied out to center field, but he has managed to score a run. First base, McCutchen back.
Now, I've never seen Tony Sipp, but if that's his best move, then Andrew McCutchen can get whatever he wants. He might be quicker.
Running situation here, 2-1 with 2 men out. And there goes McCutcheon. Pitches a ball, the throw down, nowhere close. Stolen base, number 18 for Andrew McCutcheon.
That was a no-brainer. He is underway as that ball is being delivered.
Count is now 3-1 to Jones. Step out. Jones looking for his first hit of the evening. Leads the club in runs batted in with 42. Now the count full. There's our man Rick. He's got the Maz jersey on. He bought that thing recently. And I was talking to him about it earlier. He's a very good vendor. Down to first. And Branyan tags the bag. Gets Jones. Pirates strand a man.
Well, the assembly in the Pirate dugout before the introductions. Maz, Verdon, Vera Clemente. Maz always gets the ovation. Joe Brown, the architect of that championship team. Back we are trying to protect this one-run lead.
Top of the order due up to face Evan Meek. Meek came on to get the last out of the 6th inning. And he gets a strike. That one inning took over 50 minutes to play.
That's all?
Just shy of an hour.
Yep. Moving right along here in the 7th.
Time is gone. Something in the eye of Trevor Crow. Crow with a pair of hits, 2 out of 4 tonight, and a run scored.
He just heard you say that. He said, we can top that in the 7th.
Yeah. I hope not. Hope it's a 1-2-3. And it starts with the 1 as Pedro Alvarez throws out Trevor Crow. Well, 1960, of course, we've been talking about the season, but how about the National League MVP, Dick Groat?
Dick Groat, captain of that ball club. You talked to Bill Mazeroski. He said he might have been one of the smartest infielders you could ever imagine. Knew how to play people, knew tendencies, knew how pitchers were setting people up. Dick Grote never played one day of minor league baseball. Came out of Duke University as an All-American basketball player and won the National League MVP in 1960. You talk about a gifted athlete. You're an All-American basketball player and played actually 1 year of pro basketball and Pirate baseball. Played 2 professional sports. Played for the Fort Wayne Pistons 1 year and the Pirates.
The Fort Wayne Zollner Pistons. They played at the Allen County War Memorial.
Gifted physically and just a heads up, very bright, perceptive, instinctive baseball player. Dick Grote does a lot of good work with Bill Hillgrove on the Pitt Panthers Basketball Network. Always good to see Dick, and what a great host up at Champion Lakes Golf Course, where he operates a great public facility. It's a great golf course. Yeah, I can make it up there this weekend, Dick.
You think you can get up there?
No, not this weekend, but you guys are heading out of town, aren't you?
Next available?
He actually hosts a wonderful alumni golf gathering at the end of the baseball season.
Right back to Meek. How do you like that? Glove save. Evan Meek. 2 down.
Yep, you're allowed to go back on your heels when you make that reaction play. Absolutely. There are times when you think you're getting a bullet back at you. It's not absolutely crushed, but that ball got there in a hurry. Good reaction.
That gets your heart pumping a little bit.
Oh, it will.
Austin Kearns the hitter. How do you settle it down? Because you know you got to grab the ball and throw the next pitch.
Well, you walk around a little bit, and then you only you and the laundryman know how you reacted to that play.
One 0 pitch to the right side, and that one will be a foul ball.
You know, you're the closest guy to the bat when you think about it as a pitcher. And if you're around the big leagues for a while and you're pitching for a number of years, you are going to get hit. Just a high percentage of the time, you're just so vulnerable.
Well, the starting pitcher in this one tonight, David Huff, he was hit in the head back on the 29th of May by Alex Rodriguez of the Yankees in a game at Yankee Stadium. Was carted off, and they were pretty afraid for him at that time. And Alex Rodriguez had almost a vigil on the infield until they were able to get him off the field. Gave the thumbs up on the way out, and
A-Rod hits the ball pretty hard.
Yeah, but the interesting thing about it is Huff made his next start on the 3rd of June. 1-2. Swing and a foul tip into the glove of Domich. Strike 3. 1, 2, 3. Lastings Millage starts the inning off. Park Pirates with a 5-4 lead heading to the bottom of the 7th inning with Steve Blass. I'm Tim Neverett, and let's see what Lastings Millage can do.
Hit it over the fence. Come on.
He's got a single, a double, a triple, 4 runs batted in, and you know what's missing.
I don't know who the last Pirate is to hit a hit for the cycle. I know Darrell Ward did it. I don't know if there's been anybody since. Put our research team on that.
Darrell Ward against the Cardinals.
All over. Just all over.
Ask and you shall receive.
Yeah.
The Millage people want it. 0-1.
You think he's thinking about it? Yes.
Well, it may have just changed now that he's 0-2, but we'll see.
You don't get these opportunities very much. As they used to say, cut it loose. Turn it loose.
That's high. Lastings Millage trying to spin to win here. With a 1-ball, 2-strike count, nobody out. He has come up 3 times with runners on. And for the 3rd time in his career, has driven in 4 runs in a game. Sips 1-2. Foul back.
Looking for the fastball. Didn't get it, but stayed alive.
Well, that's not really a 2-strike swing, is it?
No. That's a swing for the cycle.
Still 1-2 on Lastings Millage.
Yeah, you just might be looking a little tunnel vision here. He might be just locked into swinging as hard as he possibly can. There's the old phrase, trying to run into one.
Again, the 1-2. 2-2. All Lastings has done is play baseball. His whole life. Said his very first job was as a professional baseball player. He knew from a young age he wanted to be a pro ball player. Traveled all summer, AAU teams and such. 2-2. Watch his fingers. He points to his eyes again. He just did it.
Trying to stay focused. I don't know what that means. A little mental discipline thing.
He's got McCutcheon doing it too. Oh, he's just doing the imitation.
Yeah, he is amped up.
Count is full, 3-2.
Okay, Lastings, here's the deal. 3-2. Probably going to get a fastball. Andrew's having some fun. There will be much discussion about this. That's all he's thinking about right now. You're going to get a fastball. Get your money's worth.
Popped it up foul.
And you know what, Lastings, you're going to get another one.
Well, McCutcheon's got him down pretty good.
Oh, yeah. If he throws him a changeup now, he might just bury himself in the batter's box. He might be twisting and turning so much.
3-2. Again fouled away.
Another fastball. And you know, Lastings, I think you're going to get another one. This young man has struggled with control. Last thing he wants to do is put on a potential insurance run.
Well, McCutcheon going through the routine.
It's like watching Rich Little.
Ball 4. Leadoff walk to Lastings Millage. The last cycle hit by a bucko. Let's go back in time, May 26, 2004. Against the Cardinals, Darrell Ward. A break there in this one.
Oh, he go downstairs and get that.
And needed that one, and he got it.
Yep.
He's also the only guy to put the ball in the Allegheny River on the fly. And Alvarez just tried to do it. Become the second.
8 free passes issued by Indians pitchers. 8.
Pedro with his first major league hit in the 5th inning, a ground rule double. It scored a run, got Millage in. So he got that out of the way.
You think he's getting a full enough dose of left-hand pitchers?
He's getting plenty of them. Check swing, no. Gary Darling rings him up, and he's hearing it from this crowd of better than 38,000. Third sellout of the year. One and two. 38,008 here tonight. House is packed.
Yep. Great turnout. Great response.
Tomorrow the series wraps up. Day game on Father's Day. Alvarez gave his father the best gift. He'd like to give him another one here. Pedro Sr. in the house watching. Every pitch, every at bat, every inning since Pedro was called up on Wednesday. Branyan holding on. Lasting's Millage. He's had himself a night. He still may get a chance for the cycle. He's going to get enough guys up in front of him again. Two and two. That one brought Redmond way out of the crouch. Pedro didn't know until after the game on Tuesday night that he was coming. And his manager in AAA, Frank Kremlis, likes to play practical jokes on the guys that he calls up. Played a little one on Pedro. Runner goes. A time was called, apparently. Or was it? Yes, it was. So Millage will go back to first. In fact, when Tabata was called up, time call. He called the trainer, brought him in, said, "Hey, your leg's not feeling well, huh?" He goes, "No, it's great." He goes, "Well, that's good. Here's an envelope for you." And it had his itinerary in it. You're going to the big leagues. Now the count full to Alvarez. Nobody out. And Millage at first base.
And here's the deal. I'm predicting another fastball. I think he walked Millage on a breaking ball, didn't he? Or something other than a fastball. He won't try that again. He's going to stay with his strength, which is a fastball.
Alvarez pops it up.
Playable.
It's playable, but not an easy one. And Johnny Peralta made a super play. Time to take a look at our Aspen Dental play that made you smile. Brought to you by our friends at Aspen Dental, and here it is. Ground rule double down in the left corner. Scores a run. First major league hit for the Pirates' top prospect, Pedro Alvarez. And they are smiling. That is the Aspen Dental play that made you smile tonight. Well, one out, and Ryan Dolman looking for a hit. He has been in a little bit of a slump. For 3 tonight. Dolmich only hit 1 home run this year out of his 6 that has been before the 8th inning. And his only home run right-handed came on opening day against the Dodgers. Millage at first, 1 out. And the 2-0 coming from Tony Sipp. Pops it up foul right side. That'll make the seats. Lots of souvenirs tonight. Well, Ryan Domet, the guy the Pirates want to keep his bat in the lineup. He played a little bit of first base last week and had a week off from catching, and has been in there primarily every day this week. Three and one. And it's something that John Russell went through as a player. Going from catcher to first base. Russell also played the outfield during his playing days. Talked to him about it. Said it's a bit of a different thing. And Domet hits one high and deep, but foul down the left side. And it's different because instead of the ball being pitched to you, now when it's hit, it's coming at you instead of away from you.
Yep. Well, the guys done. Joe Torre did a lot of moving around. Todd Zeal, both former catchers, originally catchers.
When you go to
Domet's done it. Neil Walker certainly has done it.
When you go to right field, especially, getting the read off a right-hander's bat is a little bit tricky. Throw to first. Now it's back. Third consecutive hitter. Sip has had a 3-2 count on. Third sellout of the year.
38,008. A lot of
commemorative
1960 Stein.
You got a case for two of those on back order?
I'd like it, but too many people are not looking good for me to get a bunch of them. Not looking good at all.
And you can't throw those out of the booth on Sunday.
You can't.
Oh, that's a break right there as it goes off Sip's glove, and Domet is in with an infield single. That ends a hitless streak of Ryan Domet that dates back to Tuesday night when he got an RBI single in the fifth inning against the White Sox.
Got a chance to be a double play right there. Real good chance to be a double play, but the Pirates get the break. Hey, something went the Pirates' way.
And Maniacta, slow stroll from the first base dugout. He will come out and make a change. Or Columbia Gas, 8-1-1. Call to the pen has been made. Maybe the guy on the right.
Yep.
Having fun at the ballpark tonight, though.
That's Mongol, isn't it?
Past and present general managers Neil Huntington on the right, Joe Brown on the left.
Wonder what Joe thinks about the Village people.
I don't think he's thinking about them at all.
I know what Joe Brown thinks about them. Old deal.
Frank Herman has come on to pitch now for the Cleveland Indians. Good ball game tonight. 5-4. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Pirates with 2 on and 1 out.
Saw Herman last night just to face one batter, retired Ronnie Cedeno. He's recently called up.
Herman facing Bobby Crosby. Crosby has been walked twice, once intentionally. And lined out sharply to the opposite field. Right fielder Shin Soo Choo retired him in the 3rd inning. Crosby playing shortstop for the 3rd night of the last 4.
I'll tell you, both managers going deep into the bullpen. We've got a ways to go. So you look at tomorrow's starters. Both managers are going to hope to get some innings out of Justin Masterson for the Indians and Brad Lincoln on the Pirates side. We're not done. It's still some troops out there available.
Bobby Crosby, great college player at Long Beach State. College World Series going on right now.
TCU beat up on somebody tonight?
Florida State, 8-1. Congratulations to Jim Schlossnagle, the head coach at TCU, named Coach of the Year. There's a ground ball toward the middle and a stop. They get the force out at second base.
Fabulous play by Jason Donald.
Great
Went
play
down
by Donald.
on the dirt, got the glove around the ball, and just shoveled it back to second base. Terrific work. Take a look at this one. It's like the old flip game that players used to use.
Outstanding.
That is.
Tip of the cap to Jason Donald for that play. Runners at the corners, 2 men out. And Andy LaRoche will pinch hit. Andy pinch hit in the 8th inning against the White Sox on Thursday. Came up with a double off the center field wall. He'd come around to score. 93 miles an hour that time from Herman. Miller's the leadoff walk at third base. Pirates trying to get him in with 2 outs in the 7th. And he takes the ball. LaRoche has been working at second base a lot recently. Been coming out doing a lot of early work. And Carlos Garcia, the infield coach, said he's just about ready to go at second if the Pirates should need him there. 1-1. Walker to right. Foul ball. Early in the day.
The pivot. It's all about the pivot. It's all about the pivot at second base. Yep, there's ways you can do it. You can back off that way and go all the way across, or you can just straddle the bag, as Naz used to do a lot. Guys try to take them off, and they would be carried off.
2, and Andy takes ball 2. Roach has a gap in right center field. Chu playing over toward the line, and the center fielder Crow a couple of steps over toward left center. Tap back to the mound, and Herman will throw out LaRoche. And the Pirates will leave 2. On to the 8th. 5-4 Bucks. Kids run the bases post-game thanks to HK Pretzels. All kids 14 and under and dads will receive a Pirates cooler bag courtesy of StarKist. For tickets, visit Pirates.com. And here is Joel Hanrahan to start the 8th. DJ did some nice dancing there, modeling off that cooler bag. And Hanrahan hopes to dance around some bats here. He's got Russell Branyan, Johnny Peralta, and Luis Valbuena coming up. That's a busy scoreboard. You know, I do mine in pen also. People give me a hard time. They say, why do you do it in pen? You're supposed to do it in pencil.
Look at that. That is a well-used scoreboard. That's seen some ball games, some ball. Joel Hanrahan trying to hold on to this one-run lead.
Infield shift is on. Neil Walker playing short right field, and Pedro Alvarez has the left side of the infield all to himself. Branyan, who made this game a much closer game in the 6th with a 3-run home run off the right field foul pole, hit the screen of the foul pole in fair territory. His 9th of the year. Here's the 1-1. Fouled back, and Hanrahan ahead of ball and 2 strikes.
Carson's 5 1/3, then Carrasco, Lopez, Meek, and now Hanrahan trying to hold on, maybe turn it over to Octavio Dotel.
Yeah, Meek, good inning in the 3rd. Well, he will be. But Meek, an inning in a 3rd, walked 1. That's it. 2-2 to Branyan.
And he keeps his string of good work alive. ERA that's well under 1.
Branyan faced Hanrahan only once before, and Joel walked him. Popped him up this time. And this ball looks like it's going to spin on top of the Pirates dugout. Gomit gave it a run, but the ball beat him to the stands. High fives all the way around. We don't know just yet. We'll probably find out later what the negotiated settlement was for Pedro Alvarez's first base hit ball that went into the seats on the ground rule double. Neil Walker had his first home run. The settlement was 3 autographed baseballs by whoever the guys were left in the bullpen. Evan Meek went out and negotiated that. And strike 3 called. Branyan down on strikes. Strikeout number 1 tonight for Joel Hanrahan.
Fastball. Ryan Gomit framing it right there to get the call. Gets it. Branyan not crazy about it, but off he wanders.
Branyan pretty calm about the whole thing now. Johnny Peralta had a base hit in the 6th. He's 1 for 3. 260 is the average for Peralta. And he hammers one to left center. Ball is very well hit, and this ball's off the wall. And the tying run in scoring position for the Indians here in the 8th.
And there was no doubt about action for the Indians. It was just a doubt about whether that ball was going to be contained by this ballpark. Long way toward the bullpen. Take a long look, and then it's time to go back something up. Back up one of those bases.
There's Tamada learning that particular bounce.
That didn't miss much. He got a lot of that ball. Fortunately for the Pirates, he hit it in that direction.
Shelley Duncan comes off the bench for Cleveland, and he will pinch hit for Luis Valbuena, the second baseman, who is 0 for 3. So Valbuena gone, and here is Duncan. 3 out of 7 with a home run as a pinch hitter. Started at first base last night. John Russell's been using the bullpen quite a bit tonight. Trying to find a way to end this 12-game losing skid. Pirates at front 5-4, top of the 8th. Joel Hanrahan facing Shelley Duncan. Swing and a miss. Duncan took an 0 for 4 last night, striking out twice, and twice he flied out to right field. Duncan, former Yankee farmhand, up and down a little bit with the big club in the Bronx.
Nice slider, tight, perfect spot. Pitcher's pitch. That's what you call the perfecta.
Come back with another, a little more outside, maybe.
0-2, absolutely. Or upstairs, way upstairs with a fastball. See what Ryan does.
He struck him out.
Beauty. Back to back. Beautiful sliders. They don't get much better than this.
The ball avoided the bat very well.
That's a lot of speed and a nice tight little slider that really doesn't look like much of a breaking ball. Still has enough of that fastball look to it.
Parrott taking a back seat to the Stars of 1960 tonight. Pitch to Mike Redmond, misses for ball 1.
Keep throwing that good slider. Why not keep throwing it? That one not quite as good, but perhaps downstairs, getting the hitter to think down, maybe coming upstairs with a fastball. See where Ryan's target is. Does he go back up? No, goes right there. Again, that's like throwing it down a trough. These real good sliders. Previous one wasn't as good, but 3 out of 4 right there.
Filthy slider tonight by Joel Hanrahan. Time he goes low. Get the tying run at second base. Johnny Peralta with his second hit of the ball game. A 1-out double off the wall of the bullpen. Branyan has struck out. Shelley Duncan, the pinch hitter, has struck out. 2-1 to Mike Redmond. Fouled off, and the count even 2-2. And now Hanrahan a pitch away from getting out of the top of the 8th.
And Ryan Doman certainly recognizing that he has a great slider, and he's just going to lean on it for the time being. It's nice to be able to lean on that when you know you got a 95, 96 mile an hour fastball in your pocket also as backup. There are nights it'll be reversed where the fastball will get the job done. You show him the slider, but right now he is cutting that slider very nicely.
So Redmond readying himself for the 2-ball, 2-strike pitch. Hanrahan ready to go. Looks at second, now comes home. This one is poked down the right field line, foul.
That is a great job by Redmond because it's another terrific slider just staying alive.
Well, some nights when you get out there, you realize some stuff's working better than others.
Oh, yeah, and you just ride it. You're getting outs with it. You're effective with it. Don't help them out. Just keep riding that pony. Let's see if they want to come up now. He handled that last slider pretty well.
To right field, and Milich makes the catch. Well, a good slider by Joel Hanrahan helps him get out of the inning. And there's the Indians mascot.
Slider.
Ironically named Slider. Hello, Parrot. Take a look at the road ahead, brought to you by Toyota. Moving forward, we move forward to tomorrow, Father's Day, the wrap-up of this series, 1 o'clock on FSN. Monday is a travel day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at the ballpark in Arlington against the Texas Rangers. 7:30, 7:30, 7:30. Be here, set your DVR. Anderson Hernandez comes in to play second base for the Tribe. He'll bat sixth. In the top of the order, Jose Tabata looking for his first hit tonight. He's 0 for 4.
I wonder if you guys have run into Chuck Greenberg, who's been negotiating for the Texas Rangers, part of a group that's trying to get that whole thing done. Was it Mr. Hicks?
Tom Hicks.
Yeah, former owner.
Nolan Ryan involved in that group. 1-1. 1-2 now to Tabata. Ryan saying recently that the Rangers just might have an interest in another Texas pitcher. Houston's Roy Oswalt. 1-2. That's outside. But you never know how those things work out.
Big price tag on Major League Baseball teams these days.
It's over 575,
give or take,
million.
40, 50 million. Yeah.
Knock a few million off just for fun.
Yep. Give you a deal, bargain.
It's no bargain.
Write a check today and we'll knock off 40 million.
Yeah, right.
Write a check for the whole thing, we'll knock off 40.
Well, that is such a big television market, too, the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. And the team there certainly has a lot of value. 3-2. And Tabata toward the left side. Peralta gloves it. Fires on to first, and he gets Tabata by a step. One down, bottom of the eighth.
Long night for Jose Tabata. 0 for 5 collar.
Mama said there'd be nights like these. Jose's having one. But he's got plenty more. Just 21 years of age. Neil Walker 1 for 4. He's grounded out to shortstop twice, flied out to left once. Bats left-handed against the right-hander, Mike Herman. One and one to Walker. Octavio Dotel getting loose. Dotel thrives in these situations. He's done well in close games. It's games that have been 2, 3, 4 runs that he's struggled a little bit with.
You're mentioning. I'll take a look at that. That's good news. You mentioned Roy Oswalt. I put him in a category of Jake Peavy. There was two of my favorite kind of right-hand grinders, and I think Peavy was scheduled to work for the White Sox after he missed his turn, and the White Sox won 1-0.
Yeah, he had a good game today.
He's always been one of those favorite kind of guys to keep track of. Jake Peavy, Roy Oswalt. They're very good professional right-hand major league pitchers.
Walker awaits the 2-2. And he strikes out looking. 2 men out for Andrew McCutchen.
Pick up the outside corner on Neal. Pitcher's pitch.
Yeah, Redmond picked that ball up too. The glove come up. But that normally does not fool the home plate umpires at the major league level.
Neil Walker knew it. Just take the bat back to the rack every once in a while and make those kind of pitches on you.
Andrew McCutchen has been walked 3 times tonight, stolen a base, scored 3 runs, and has a base hit. He's 1 for 1.
Need more evidence. You don't have to be at the top of the batting order to be a run scorer. You're going to get up a bunch of times.
Still say that's one of the most underappreciated stats in baseball, runs scored.
Yeah, that's how they keep track of the wins and losses, isn't it?
That's what I heard. I heard that. That's a rumor. Guess it might be true. But you look at batting average, home runs, runs driven in, but you got to score runs too. Fouled away. McCutchen at home this year with 25 runs scored. And overall, he has scored 43. He is the leader on the ball club in runs scored. In fact, the next closest is Garrett Jones with 30. McCutchen to right center field, and this ball is going to get down and roll to the wall. McCutchen turns on the Jets. He's going for 3, and he is in safely.
That was fun. I mean, he just flattened out. Okay, this is going to be fun. We're going to show you a shot of Secretariat. He's thinking 3 right now. Right now. 1, 2. That is fun. That is fun. The young man can fly.
He gets around first. He knows he's got 3.
There's hats flying, hair flying, baseballs flying, and Andrews flying.
Perez.
His numbers.
Last night went 2/3 of an inning. Scoreless baseball. Didn't give up a hit. Garrett Jones trying to get a big insurance run in.
And Manny Acta, the manager of the Indians, trying to keep it as a one-run ball game.
The 1-0 to Jones. Jones without a hit tonight. Reached on a base on balls in the first inning. Reached on a fielder's choice in the third, and then came around to score on the Millage triple.
Along came Jones. Remember the old Coaster song?
You like that? You like seeing that sign, didn't you?
Yep. Along came Jones.
Jones would like to give Millage another chance at the cycle. First on his mind is getting McCutchen in. And he'll do it. Base hit to center. Almost took the head of Perez off.
And then along came Jones.
RBI number 43 for Garrett Jones. And the Pirates now a 2-run lead.
I told you that the pitcher is the closest to the ball when it comes back at you, and this one didn't miss by much, and that could have been a disaster. And Mr. Perez knows it.
Jones aboard. 6-4 Pirates, 2 down, and here is Lastings Millage, and another chance for the cycle for him.
And guess who's still eligible for the W?
10-game hitting streak now for Jones. That's right, he is. He left the game.
That's why they're playing around with him in the dugout. After all this, he's still eligible.
Well, he came out after 5 1/3.
Well, and that was last week.
Sometime on Wednesday, wasn't it?
This is the starting pitcher's agony is when you have to. You're hanging on a string.
Jones takes off, the throw down, and Garrett Jones has a stolen base. His 6th. And another man in scoring position. Hang on to the bag. Good job for Jones.
There's a lot of people out of this huge crowd still hanging around, trying to get the Pirates through this, break that losing skid, put a W up on the board.
One and one. Well, he was swinging for the Millage people deck. 1-2. Jose Tabata hit one out there the other night, and they're telling him to focus. And Tabata's getting in on the act now. Look at them. They're all doing it.
I've never seen anything like that.
And Millage strikes out. They'll have to throw it down on the drop third strike. Pirates get one, leave one, 2 hits. Heading to the ninth. Octavio Dotel coming on to try to slam the door. Pirates with a 2-run lead.
time in quite a while. We're talking back in the 4th or 5th inning that John Russell would hold nothing back. He's gone into the bullpen for 5 bodies. They've kept it together. And now they're looking for 3 more outs.
They got to focus.
If it takes 7 pitchers to do it, so be it. 6 currently. If it takes 7,
7, that's okay too.
Yeah. Let's hope it's 6.
Jeff Karsten's looking on with great interest as he is in line for a win. 1-0 to Jason Donald. Donald has never faced Dotel in his career. Swings and hits one high in the air to left center. Not very deep. And McCutchen calls off Tabata at the last moment. In case you missed it around Major League Baseball, take a look at some of the news and notes. Dustin Pedroia, first career walk-off hit. Boston beats the Dodgers at Fenway. Jared Weaver, 7 innings, 11 strikeouts, 12-0. The Halos beat the Cubs. Jake Peavy, a complete game, 3 hitters, 7 strikeouts, 1-0 over the Nationals. Troy Glaus, walk-off solo homer in the 9th. Braves 13-1 in the last 14 home games. They're on fire. Here's Carlos Santana. Young catcher they got from the Dodgers. First pitch inside. Dotel hoping that Santana doesn't display any of his evil ways.
Maybe.
Oh. 2 balls and no strikes to Santana. He started behind the plate last night. Had a couple of hits. He's a switch hitter. And lefty against the righty Dotel. Santana will take a strike, 2-1. It's a neat coincidence that the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is in Cleveland, and so is Carlos Santana.
Yep. Had a chance to go up there during interleague, or we opened up what was then Jacobs Field in an exhibition game. We had a good live fastball, second strike. Had a chance to go over to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. A lot of fun.
Right past him, 92 miles an hour.
Linda Ronstadt blew by you. Blew it right on by him.
Now the count full. Santana, young hitter. I wonder if he's sitting dead ready here guessing fastball against a predominantly fastball pitcher.
I would think he has to look for the fastball.
3-2, and that's high ball 4. And now the tying run comes to the plate in the top half of the 9th. It'll be Trevor Crowe as Santana reaches with a 1-out walk. Crowe has 2 hits and 4 trips, scored a run back in the first inning. And from the time the first inning started to now, I think we've had to flip the calendar once or twice.
Had the 1-hour rain delay.
There's a strike.
It's all going to be worth it. Get a couple more outs.
Crowe has faced Dotel once before, and he struck out, and he hits this one to center field. Long run for McCutchen. He catches up to it for out number 2, and the Pirates now an out away. What a jump McCutchen gets on balls hit like that. He can really fly.
The good jump makes it very comfortable when he gets to the baseball.
Shin-Soo Choo. He is Cleveland's final hope tonight. Runner takes off. Pitch inside corner called strike one. Down to second. Santana. Indifference there. 38,000 plus on their feet at PNC Park. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike two. Here the Indians down to their final strike. And the Buccos.
These folks have had remarkable patience waiting for this game to start. It's been a sluggish pace, but the Pirates went out away from a win.
0-2. No, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
You're not going to get rung up on an appeal many times when it could be the last out of the ball game. It happens, but it doesn't happen on a regular basis.
Joe Brown, former GM.
Yep.
Staying right to the end. 91 years old. To the right side, this should do it. Walker to Jones, and the 12-game streak is over. Jeff Karstens gets a win. Lastings Millage has a 4 RBI night. And the Pirates defeat Cleveland 6-4 in front of a full house.
A win is a win is a win is a win. You want to have a laugher, but there's laughter now. The Pirates worked very, very hard. And this puts the lid on it.
Outstanding work by the Pirates tonight. Dotel.
They do a good job in front of a bunch of people. Great turnout. Pirates get the W.
And there is one of the many relieved individuals in the ballpark tonight as the Pirates get the victory. Well, that'll do it for tonight's game coverage. Our next telecast of Pirates baseball on FSN Pittsburgh tomorrow afternoon, Father's Day from PNC Park. We'll wrap up this homestand and the 3-game series with the Tribe. Justin Masterson pitching for Cleveland against right-hander Brad Lincoln. The Trip Total Media Pirates pregame begins our coverage at 1, and Bob Walk joins me for the call at 1:30 right here on FSN Pittsburgh, bringing the game to you. Once again, our final score, the Pirates 6, Cleveland 4. For Steve Blass and our entire crew, I'm Tim Neverett. Stay tuned. The AGH Sports Medicine Pirates postgame show begins right now. Good night for the Bucs.